G'day everybody and welcome back to Venus and some more Stationeers. And yeah. So I titled this one The Pressure is Rising for a couple of reasons. One, the pressure in my waste tank is quite literally rising. It's at 14.9 megapascals. It's getting actually it's going up faster. So the rate at which this is filling, I think, is actually accelerating, not slowing, which is very concerning because at some point there's going to be too much of it. Now, obviously, my waste tank is not really just waste. There's a lot of good stuff in here, like, I don't know, 5 killer moles of water. Plus a little bit of actual liquid water, but mostly steam. There's a lot in there. It's like a lot. And so, yeah. Yeah, it's also getting hotter in there because of the volatiles that are in there reacting with the little bit of oxygen that gets into there. So a little bit of oxygen or a little bit of nitrous gets in there and the volatiles combust and more heat, even more heat. And yes, it keeps getting hotter as well because really, really hot steam is coming into it. Now, the heat in this, as I've mentioned before, I don't believe is a big problem because I take the pollutant out and I put the pollutant in this tank. I take the nitrous out and I put the nitrous in this tank. And then the gas gets equalized to exterior temperatures thereabouts. Now, I've been reminded that yes, this volatiles filter takes off the hot gas and puts it in the volatiles tank, which then needs to be cooled. But that hasn't there hasn't really been that much volatile in here. There is a little bit more now, but it's still less than 1%. Like it's quite a tiny amount that's actually getting filtered out. So I don't think that's the thing that's slowing me down with my cooling here. In fact, I don't actually know what is causing the slowing down here. Because I've done a couple of things this week trying to test and figure it out, and none of them have gotten me closer to an answer. So, let's have a look at the potential good sides of this and the potential bad sides. So, as you guys know, last week I built the Composter, which requires water to function. So every time the Composter functions, every time it gets enough water, it's going to produce more volatiles. And those volatiles gets taken straight into the volatiles tank. So the volatiles tank is actually almost at 600 kilopascals now. And as you can tell by me being able to rattle off numbers like that, I was looking at this last night. So the Composter, every time it gets enough liquid water, which isn't particularly often, but it is getting quicker because as I've got more volatiles, I'm able to then combust that in my hydrogen combustor next door and produce even more water, which means I'm getting more hotter gas in my waste tank. Because this water combustor, hydrogen combustor, sorry, it is running constantly now. It never switches off. It never stops. It is constantly outputting nearly 2,000 degree steam into that tank. It's really, really hot. So it's constantly working, and it has got, there we go. Oh no, the volatiles are even higher than that. There's 770 kilopascals of volatiles now. And lots of oxygen. Yeah. Yeah, so this thing, it's producing so much thermal energy that I have to try and deal with. And I'm frankly incapable of dealing with it right now. My system that I built was not built well enough to deal with the constant water production. Yeah, I have, Twip, you're right. I have created a feedback loop. Basically, the more cooling I get, the more water I produce, the quicker the composter works, the more the more volatiles I get, the more water I get. Though I think I've capped out the rate of the hydrogen composter at this point. I don't think it can pull in any more. Oh geez, the tank's already up to 15 megapascals. That's gone up while I've just been talking. I think the rate of this is somewhat capped now. I hope. So, what did I do this week to try and figure this out? Because there are a few things that I've been looking at with my cooling system in here, trying to improve it, trying to understand better where my bottlenecks might be. And there were things that I wanted to just sit and stare at for a bit after I messed with them and try and figure them out, which is why I didn't do them on stream, but also because we've spent so much time with this stuff on stream. I really hoped that I would be like, haha, I have found the solution. I didn't. But I thought I did. Thought I was going to find something. So, what I did was added an extra 2 ACs to this setup here. So that the outside cooling gas, our cooling medium, which is only at 405 degrees Celsius, only, could hopefully get cooler by the time it gets to my cooling loops here. Now, 405 degrees outside, 405 degrees on this side of the AC. I don't know why, but this first air conditioner is doing nothing. So we got 405 degrees that side, 405 degrees that side. Then we go from 405 degrees down to 401. Ooh. It's made 4 degrees. Then we go down to 394. So this last AC in the group is actually not achieving any significant shift, despite the fact that it has full pressure efficiency, full temperature differential efficiency, and not a terrible operational temperature efficiency. So we've got 2 air conditioners running at that level. Now, how's this one going? This one, it's even hotter on its input than its output. Like, it's actually, it's slowing down the transfer of heat having this air conditioner here. What? What? I don't understand. It's actually making it worse somehow. It would be better if I just bypassed this air conditioner altogether. But then I presume this one would then be worse than useless. I feel like I'm missing some key information about how this works, and I don't understand what it is. But yeah, it's... These air conditioners, they're not doing what they need to do, because it's Venus, I have to use air conditioners as the first part of my cooling setup. There is no alternative. None of the materials can phase change at such high temperatures for me to cool it down enough to then use water as my phase change medium. Yeah, Sisu, I'm wondering if there was a patch that messed with the air conditioners and they're now super inefficient at these high temperatures. But yeah, I've got 2 ACs in parallel and they're not enough. I think, much like I eventually added the 2 down here, I may need more in parallel at this top end of things. So instead of having these 2 acting in series, I should maybe make all 4 of these parallel, going back to then the rest of them in series, because it's this top end that seems to be the least efficient by the fact that when I push heat up to them, they don't go anywhere. Yes, ACs in parallel can break. But if I set all these up to be parallel and reduce their temperature target low enough that they'll never reach it, then it shouldn't be a problem. But before I get to the next thing, wow. Thanks, Horman. Thank you for 25 months. Thanks so much. And thank you, Dark Delaney. Thank you for 7 months. And you're very welcome. And Test Unit, thank you for 26 months. And Chipsticks for 28 months. And yes, happy Halloween for those who are still living in the past. And Twipped, thank you for a year. Thank you very much. And thank you, Papa Tim and Horman and Silly String for the bits and the plamo. And thank you, Tony, for just shy of 2 years. And thank you, Ryan, for the Prime sub. And Jexam, you monster. I was reading a book about lubricants today. It was non-friction. There you go, there's your dad joke. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you for the bits. And thank you, Orsa, for tier 3 for 30 months. Thank you very much. And thank you, Legacy, for the Prime sub as well. Right. So, back to the topic at hand, which was, I did some other things with my cooling loop. You might notice there's a new thing over here. I did something. So, if we just accept that the air conditioners are just what they are, but we may have a thing that could improve them that I could work on fairly quickly. So I should be able to rearrange those loops such that they become parallel shortly. But what I've got here is an extra loop that runs before the ACs. So these ACs are no longer connected up to directly to these phase change loops. I have these running instead. And have a look what's inside these tubes. I made a pollutant loop. I did a thing. I made a pollutant loop. There is 20 liters in that and 11 liters in that of liquid. They are doing 10 kilojoules each, which is pretty good. I think one of the things that set me back in using pollutants before was that I needed to have all of the water loops that I have, or potentially them running in parallel, instead of going to pollutants as quickly as I did. I put them way too high up. As you can see, the gas that goes into the pollutant loop is already at 113 degrees Celsius. It's not especially hot. And the pollutants are much more effective than water at this sort of temperature because I can put more pollutant in the evaporation chamber at this point. But I can't put the pollutant any higher in the chain than this because the next stage in the chain is this one, which is already too hot for pollutant. But what I did with this loop as well was do double condensation, double evaporation chambers, allowing me to have a single counterflow thingy-me-jiggy in the middle. And it made me wonder whether all of this stuff, and it's not something I'm going to do on stream today, but whether all of this stuff should actually be done as probably 2 loops rather than 3. 2 that run in parallel, that are more optimized, where all of the fluids and stuff are mixed using a single counterflow heat exchanger thing between them. Because this setup that I've got here seems to work better in terms of expandability to fix any shortfalls that I might have. So any little optimizations seem to be easier to achieve by doing this sort of expansion than by what I did originally, which was add another loop, add another loop, add another loop. Because it seems to be that it's much harder to find the bottlenecks in this setup than it is if I have fewer of these and I can be like, oh, this one's capping out at only 2 kilojoules. So like, for example, these evaporation chambers here, they're doing 3.5 kilojoules. That's about all they can do. So if I want to move more if I want to move more heat through here, I need more of these chambers. And that's why there's now 6 on these two loops instead of the original two. And I don't need as many condensation chambers to match them because these guys are actually doing just fine. So yeah, I think something I may do if I get time between streams is actually rearrange all this so I can try and optimize it more. Which is kind of cool. Is that funny noise, Charlie? Yes, she is. She's somehow fallen asleep in the space of a couple of minutes and is sleep yipping already. Thanks, Paladin. Thank you for the Prime sub. What made me change my mind on the pollutant loop? It was realizing where I had a theory about where I'd gone wrong with my pollutant loop, and I wanted to test it. And it turns out my theory about where I went wrong was correct. That I did indeed need to put this lower in the chain, but also not worry about things overpressuring. So, for example, you can see there is a little bit of stress on this pipe because I've got it so high pressure that it does condense a little bit in the pipe. But while the stress is going up right now, it will start going down again when the next cycle of my heat system goes through. So right now it's some of the heat's just been dumped in, which is why this is now at 68 degrees. But as this cools, this will stop liquefying and that'll fix up. But basically, I was operating the pollutant loop with far too few moles of pollutant in it. And that became especially apparent when I parallelized this system and had 2 evaporation chambers, because I needed at least 20 liters of liquid pollutant. So that means more moles of pollutant to transfer heat through, which means it's more effective. Do you have any plans for more Stationeers tutorials? I've wanted to do more Stationeers tutorials for a long time, but they keep changing the game so much. I feel like it's been relatively stable for a bit. Maybe after the terrain update, I might do something, because I think with the terrain update, everything's going to change a lot. But then I guarantee they'll go and change something on me again. But yeah, it's hard doing Stationeers tutorials because they change so much. The effort it takes to make a tutorial always ends up being feeling a little bit wasted. Alright, so let's try and parallel these together. So let's just turn these off, turn that off for a second. So what I need this to do is let's brain this out for a second. This needs to come out. That goes there and joins up there. Which isn't really needed, but I'm doing it anyway. This needs to be a brown pipe. So that's going to go straight to waste now. Outside. Same with this one. Stationeers changes more fundamentally than any other game I know. Yeah. Well, actually, Shadowdrake, the high temperature pollutants that I was feeding the system with weren't really why I didn't see that the pollutant loop was working or not. It was because it wasn't working. The way I'd originally set up the pollutant loops, it was just too hot, as you've mentioned, but it was just too hot. It wasn't ever going to work. Here we go. Now, those are running in parallel. We can turn them back on. We can see if this bit of CO2 gets cooler than outside. And just to make sure that these never stop working, I'm going to set them to a much lower temperature than the others. Because they'll basically never get there. Tux, yes, I've seen the KSA thing from Rocketworks. I've also been aware of it for a little while, because Rocket had made some posts in the Stationeers Discord a little while ago. So, well, it appears this is working quite well. That really didn't take much. Wait a second. Now we're bottlenecking here. I'm gonna need a lot more air conditioners, I think. Oh boy. I could probably put another 6 above this on the... Or I could try and stack these more tightly, maybe? Rip them out and see if I can stack them 3 or 4 high here. Maybe even compact them more down. Do I... No, I think I've got them spaced out as much as they need to be. Like left to right as I'm currently looking at them. But no, Fox, as I mentioned at the start, the steam is already cooled by outside air before it reaches my cooling setup. That is already the case. As you can see here, this is already cool compared to the steam that comes in. It is already done. That's not a thing that I can add. It's already done. That was the thing that a lot of people were bringing up last week. It's already done. I've already done it. But I think I've effectively reached the limit of what these ACs can produce, which means I'm probably going to need to deal with power situations today. But that's 349 degrees. That's... Wow. That's a lot better. So those two working together have dropped it 50 plus degrees. That's more what I was used to seeing with the air conditioners. But now we've got a positive differential between these two of 350 to, wow, 86 degrees. This actually makes me wonder, should I turn this into... Should I try and simplify the number of things in a series for this? Like, is there something weird going on here where the two ACs working together is better than the sum of their parts? Like if they're in series like this. Do they get further? So what I'm thinking is, do I make these two parallel with each other? Because we've gone from 406 to 350, so that's 50 degrees down. Then we go to 300 degrees here, and then we'd get down to 250 degrees for the next one, which would take us to this point on the water curve. Which seems to be working better, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Which efficiency is... Yeah, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Because the temperature differential efficiency of these ones working in parallel is worse. And the operational temperature efficiency is about the same. So there's these are less efficient, but doing more. No, Shadow Drake, you're missing the point. You are completely missing the point that I'm getting. It is not working as intended. This is absolutely wrong. Based on how I thought this should work. Because these were all working in a series and working more efficiently. With the same number of air conditioners working in parallel, with less efficiency reported, they are working more efficiently. That's bizarre. There's some other number that they're not reporting that matters here. That's really weird. Very, very weird. And that number is magic. It does feel that way right now. It really does. Oh, in other good news, my composter is definitely slower than the growth of my plants. So, I don't need to worry about getting switchgrass just yet. I am, on the other hand, slowly getting through my food supply here, which is good. Alright. Take these down to the thing. Tincho, as previously mentioned, just a couple minutes ago, I am already cooling down the output of the Composter to Venusian atmosphere. That is already being done. I feel like that needs to be on the bingo card now. Dragoon, the moles value you see on the air conditioner is the moles of gas that they're working with, which is the, related to the pressure in the pipes, and they're all working at 14 moles. They're all working at the same thing, because they've all got the maximum, the minimum pressure required for maximum pressure efficiency. Just why they all report 100% pressure efficiency. And you can see 14 moles, 14 moles, 13 moles, 14 moles, so rounding errors, probably. Basically the same. No worries, to joke. When I say stuff like about things getting repeated and things like that, I am very much tongue in cheek. Don't stress. All right, let's parallelize these then, because that seems like an easy thing that might be moving things in the right direction. Waste tank caution. Let's deal with that first. Test unit. Assuming people read on the internet. Do you know how many questions I get on YouTube for stuff that I've written literally either in a pinned comment or in a in the description? I've given up on trying to do that sort of stuff. Okay, so get rid of that. And connect these two at the back. And before I do the bottom half, let's start these up and see what sort of gains I might be expecting from this. Getting some podcast vibes from the stream. Well, with that opener, because I had so much I wanted to say, and I said a lot very quickly. I can understand why it gave podcasty vibes. Well, the temperature in this is going up now, so it's now matching the thermal throughput. This is where I'm going to run into, I just need more air conditioners here. Hey, Snipes. Pretty good. Would have liked to have slept longer last night, but otherwise pretty good. So that's now at 350, that's at 370, that's at 355, versus this one at 365. So it's 10 degrees better going into the water phase change loops, which is actually pretty good. Although, these aren't identical loops. More heat comes through the bottom row than the top. So it's to be expected that the top would be better than the bottom. Oh man, I'm gonna be so tempted to try and fix this whole thing today. Don't want to, but I'm gonna be tempted to, because otherwise my whole base is gonna explode if I don't turn off the thing that's making water, and I want to make water. It's like one of those things I've wanted to do since the start of this save. That's why I've ended up putting so much time into this. So much more than ever made sense. Whatever. These don't need to stop. How sleep deprived am I? I've been up since about 3:45 this morning. I almost started the stream early, but then decided that I would at least try and lie in bed and not do anything. Okay. Now, there is another test I can do on this that is a bit more reliable in terms of testing whether my throughput is increased or not. One of which was check whether the waste tank was getting more full, but that seemed less reliable. The thing that felt more reliable was something I think I've done on stream before, which is time, how long it takes for me to process a batch of gas. Now, obviously, there are some things that make this a bit less than perfectly reliable, such as the more water is in the gas, the quicker it'll process because the water gets automatically moved off. Whether the system's reached steady state yet, which it probably hasn't. And things like that, which can all have a negative impact on it. But ultimately, I think it is probably one of my more reliable things. Some of you might have noticed that the pressure inside this system is much higher than it was. I've made the batches larger because I thought I was being rate limited to some extent by how long it takes to pump the gas out of this little cooled section. And I increased the thing so it's working between 5 and 1 megapascal instead of working between 2 megapascals and 500 kilopascals. Because that last bit pumping out down to, oh no, it was pumping down to 250 kilopascals. Pumping down to that level took a long, long time. Pumping down to 1 megapascal doesn't take very long at all. So the ratio between the higher pressure and the lower pressure, the smaller that ratio, the better. Large that ratio? Is it large or small when it's a ratio? Whatever. Depends on which side's the denominator, I suspect. Hey, did you know you have a broken pipe outside your front door? So yeah, if I can work on the same amount of gas, but have the pump work for less amount of time if I go from 5 megapascals to 4 versus going from 2 to 1. Because the pump will do the 5 to 4 much more quickly. Which is kind of where my head was at with setting this up. So the pump time is less wasted time. But what I'm going to do is I know the system is probably still equilibrating a bit, but since I'm standing here looking at it at around the right time, I'm going to start a stopwatch when that pump on the left turns on, which should do fairly shortly. I timed this last night with the system as it was before I started the stream, and it took 5 minutes to process a batch of gas, which is quite slow. So if we can get that down to just a couple of minutes, I reckon we'll have that problem solved. It should turn on in a second. There we go. All right. So I just got to remember to keep that stopwatch up on my phone and check it from around 4 minutes. Or you guys can start reminding me in chat in about 3.5 minutes time because of chat delay. Alrighty. Let's go get myself de-stinked. Thanks, Throwland. Thank you for the Prime sub. And what I might do while this is waiting to happen is print off some more atmospherics units. Because I think having a few extra atmospherics kits would be good. So that I can put more air conditioners out. Because we are a bit... It would be better to have more of them. Where's my chocolate going? Ooh! Cocoa seeds! Yeah. We have chocolate! Means I can grow some more. Could you build a stopwatch into your IC that controls that loop? I think people were telling me I could. I don't know where to even really start with that. Also, what are the recipes with chocolate? Chocolate bar. Chocolate cereal bar? Flour. And cocoa. How do I make... Cocoa is just the bean. Oh. Oh, I can make a chocolate cereal bar. Let's put this in the thing. And there you go. Mood bonus 50%. Quality good 20. It's only a little bit better. What about chocolate bar? Mood bonus 100%. Aha! I need sugar, but I've got sugarcane. I can make sugar. Sugar is refinement from sugarcane. Let's make some sugar. Been meaning to ask why you don't set the temp around room temp before it releases to the system. It is set to room temp before it releases to the system. That's exactly how it works. The gas gets cooled down to room temp and then released into the rest of the system. I honestly don't know if I'm supposed to put cocoa into the reagent processor first or not. Conqueror, less of the caps, please. Sugar! Yeah, of course I've seen the VRH 3 stuff. Looks interesting. Looks like it's going to be... Depends how they utilize a tiny grid system. Tiny grid systems can be terrible. If the way you interact with them is frustrating. There you go. I have chocolate now. Oh, you're talking about... no, the reason it's set so cool is because with the quirks in my system, the batch of gas needs to be cooled down below the exact desired temperature because it's actually used to equilibrate a bunch of other things that are hot. So heat does get added into that system via various means, like the machines around here in this room, because this gas gets exchanged with that gas, and so it ends up being that heat ends up somewhere. There are a few other things. Actually, the heat in here doesn't, but the heat from other systems does. So I want to get it cooler than desired. Cooler than is the minimum. And it's already 5 minutes. I've forgotten to check. Poop. I'm going to miss it. Yep. It's more than 5 minutes. Dang it! So easy. Yeah, it's pumping in now. So I don't think there's much difference because it just turned on the pump. In fact, I think it's worse right now than what it was before. Because that was 5 minutes 30 and the other pump had just turned on. Although that was... Yeah. If it's improved, it's not by enough, and if it's worse, it's not by much. So, let's get some more air conditioners. Means I need more iron. Don't have up there? Yeah, fair. It was a fair question, Green. My general feeling on optimizations by making something do less, with the way I've got my system set up, tends to be that such optimizations only work for today and don't work for tomorrow. And Venus is going to be just as hot tomorrow. Drago, today's goal, I would like to finish off my main corridor so that I can try and pressurize this place. Because I'd like to see how much pressure I manage to achieve in here with this much oxygen. Because I have 85 kilomoles of oxygen. Yes, Agreeable Loaf, I have managed to get further in this series than I have in any other ever in Stationeers. Literally ever. Admittedly, it's taken me many more months than we got through in Terraformers before it already broke. Oh yeah, the signage is back. I rebuilt the signage. That was the other thing I was meaning to tell you guys at the start. I rebuilt my signage, but I added even more. Ta-da! There's now gas. Yep, there is now gas. Gas room and manufacturing. I need another 6 of these, which I'll chuck on the ground in there. All of the filters in here are automated so that they don't overpressure pipes. So you'll see them turn on and off based on the scripts that I've made for them. Soccer/football. Player? Do you mean commentator with the, on the goal? Oh, I need gold. Oh. Oh yeah, and Hoot is back too. Or Hot. But then I've also got Ingots. Or Ingoots. Gold. Anything in here? Nope. Yes. Let's do a bit more. May as well do a decent batch of gold while I'm here. It's looking a tad foggy downstairs. Well, there's another one of our bingo things. Yeah, that's the fogginess is just a Venus thing. The modder that originally made Venus, the only way they could make it look thick and gassy was to do stuff in a way that ignores the airtightness stuff. And I think when it got integrated into the game, they also couldn't figure out a way to avoid that. At least I think that's the story. I may be wrong. Thanks, Hollow Jonesy. Thank you for the Prime sub. Alright, that's enough gold. We'll keep that bit to the side for now. The poop room is downstairs. That's where the compost's at. Oh, and I have decided that I don't care about off-gassing gold anymore. The amount of oxygen I get from it is so minuscule compared to the oxygen I get from all those ferns, it's irrelevant now. Those ferns are pumping out oxygen so quick. It's ridiculous. Like, to the point that once the base is pressurized, I reckon I'll be able to sell oxygen to traders. Hey, boat babe. How's it going? Has my pawn finally had a shower? No. Because I still am not getting cooled water fast enough to make a shower. So I don't want to use my plant water for showering. I mean, I could have a steam shower, but I feel like a sauna is a very different thing. My CO2 levels are going up and down. They're not too bad. The pressure inside the greenhouse is actually higher than it has been for a while. It's up at nearly 90 kilopascals. But the CO2 level in the tank is lower than it was. But the overall pressure inside the greenhouse is higher, and the CO2 levels in there are 30%. That's great. So yeah, that's that bit. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think about the air conditioners in a way that might help me get my head around why they're working better despite the efficiency is going down. And right now, the only analogy I can come up with is lanes of traffic. But that doesn't really do enough of the details to try and get my head through it. But it is, I'm effectively taking a one-lane road that runs downhill and switches off the brakes compared to a two-lane road that runs uphill. And apparently the 2-lane road uphill, everything moves through faster. Or something like that. Did you sell your used shower water? I think that's a different type of Twitch stream. Fatter, slower pipe, yeah. How's this looking? What temperatures are these at now? That's at 353. This one is at 364. So it's about the same as it was. So, in theory, because I'm working from 400, not 460 degrees now, most of the time. Morning and wow, is that a weird time to join? Yeah, Amy, yeah, agreed. Thanks, Abfreak. Thank you for the Prime sub. Alright, do I want this as 3 parallel systems? It's gonna be easier if they are. I just join them all together. Make them all run in parallel. And put the next stack on top. Yeah, let's do it that way. Less gases to monitor. Simpler things to check where the bottlenecks might be. Same thing as what I'll hopefully soon do with the other bit. Now, what I was talking about before about potentially stacking these more tightly, I could put the air conditioners stacked more tightly on top of each other like this. And I think that might give me an extra row. Because I might be able to only fit 4 in here. So I think what I should probably do is cut this out and actually remove this loop that's here. Move it down a level. But if I do that, I then can't make this walkable. No, I'm gonna be less space efficient, and I can always make this room bigger. Four ACs in series will get you a greater temperature differential. But we'll do it slower. Move less heat. 4 ACs in parallel will move more heat, but the temperature difference will be lower. One moves forward but doesn't move much. The other moves a lot but doesn't go far. One moves further but doesn't move much. One move. Yeah, yeah. Thanks, Daz. That's I think what Shadow Drake was trying to tell me earlier. Just took me a bit to catch up. Now, I think probably the way that if I were to set this loop up from scratch, I would set this up. This bit for the ACs down here is probably have 4 series with expandability to parallelize them as far as I want to. So what I might want to do is actually move this filter over and put another 6 air conditioners in front here, and so it starts from here, moves into a next batch, next batch, next batch, and if I want to expand it, I'm going to need to knock that wall out, which is basically undoable. But maybe if I rework how these things here are done, I could expand towards my right now instead. We'll see. Alright, thank you guys for persistently trying to help me understand these things when, for some reason, I'm missing something. I very much appreciate the effort you guys put into to try and help me get my head around this stuff. do. He's cabled up. Nope, that's the wrong tool. Oh, after this, I need to make some solar panels. And more batteries. And more pipes. Need more pipes. Yeah, I'm also going to need some heavy cables to bring a new transformer around there. That's just for the ACs. That is also true. So let's get heavy cable printed first. We need some pipe. Not install. Insulated pipe. Alright. I'm going to go see what traders there are. Well, that's printing off a few things. What traders do we have? Build Inc. and Astromart. I don't think I want either of those, really. Let's see what I can sell to them, though. How much money do I have? I've got 3,600. Building can sell me heavy cables. Ah. I really don't like buying things that I can just wait on. That I've got the materials for. It feels weird. But it would get me through to building up the corridor and then eventually replacing this airlock quicker. And removing the non-functional weather detector. What can I sell? I can sell a cake. Ooh, I can sell a cake. Can I make a cake? That's quite a lot of money. Or cardboard box full of chocolate bars. That's not bad either. Now that I got sugar and chocolate literally growing on trees. Oh. €1 $50 do each. Yeesh. Yeah, I'll manufacture them myself. I'm gonna go see about making a cake. Or see how much longer it's going to take for the chocolate to grow, actually. Because I think the chocolate bars are probably more achievable. So I think the cake is going to require stuff that I bought. Oh, it's only one egg. I think I can make milk. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I'll see if I've got enough stuff for a cake. But a Stirling engine plus your hot steam. No, I don't want to deal with the Stirling engines. Oh. Ah. I know Stirling engines can do stuff. And I know that 1400 degrees versus 450 degrees is a decent temperature differential, but oh, Stirling engines. I still remember my Mars playthrough where I tried to build a Stirling engine and it was just, it never worked. I don't even remember why it never worked anymore. I just remember it being a bad experience. Time to harvest egg tree. Well, this isn't abiotic factor, so I don't get to do that, but maybe at some point I'll eventually have chickens. Because Stirling engines are made of 90% pure kaboomite. I would have said blamite. But I guess that sounds a bit too much like marmite. Sell the cake. Sell. Hooray! I forgot to check the chocolate bars while I was in there. Oops. Yes, Marcus. Stirling engine does equal me doing those emotes. I'm on fire and I'm running away. Oh, no, Shadow Drake, the Stirling engine was so long ago. It was on a... The main lesson I remember from the save where I did the Stirling engine was that sensors in Stationeers do not work anything remotely at all like sensors in Space Engineers. Despite my wishes that they would. That's what I remember. Okay, I'm just sending this guy away and see if we got a new trader. It's gonna be a while before I can get the chocolate bars. Galactic Gearworks. Well, I don't have a pressurized hangar bay, so they can't come. Space Alloy Specialists. Get some money from that guy if I want. I want to go out and mine, so I'll just leave it there for now. Should have a few stacks of things printed off. What's the difference in sensors? Sensors in Stationeers, as far as I remember, and I may be misremembering this, detect a cube. Sensors in Space Engineers can detect a much larger area. So it can be much more useful. Or setting up things like automatic lighting. Where I don't have to do what chat was repeatedly trying to tell me to do at that time, which was, you need to use the GPS chip. That was the bingo card back then. Use the GPS. Splitsy, you gotta use the GPS. No, you gotta use the GPS. I don't want to use the GPS. Can't I do it this way? No. Splitsy does it anyway. Fails. I don't want to use the GPS. That was how that went. It was the thing. It was not my finest hour. Also, I just put away the transformer that I'm going to need. Which maybe I can probably put out. Alright, we'll just leave these for now. I need that. Okay, we'll stop that. Alright. In a cat back in the world just so you can drop pipes on his head. Some days that's true. I think... Just trying to look at where I can actually not cross cables and bring the heavy cable down. Is there anywhere, or have I made a complete loop of... I've made a complete loop. No! No, 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 no! Nuts. Is there a break? No, there's no break. Alright, heavy cable's gonna have to stick out from the wall somewhere. Or can I bring this one around? I think I can bring this around. Yeah. Tell you what, this save here is going to make my next base look very different. Because there are so many more things that I know that I need to try and make space for when setting things out from the beginning, because I've got a much greater understanding of where things go. Whether I'll actually be able to make that space, who knows? But at least I'll have the idea in my head. Daz, if I was going to completely rebuild the AC setup, what I would do is not do that on stream. Yeah. That is very much not an on-stream thing I would do. It would take many hours. There would be many moments of me banging my head against a wall. And I do feel like that's better done without an audience. Commander Zem, Satisfactory, I bounced off hard when I played it when it was relatively new. The first stream I played with Capac, we both had a bit of fun, we did some exploration, it was all kind of exciting, but it quickly... we quickly lost interest. Is there a pay-per-view I would pay to watch? Would you though? I don't... Oh. Right, these are plugged in, of course. Don't really want to torture you guys. Despite all appearances, it's not something I desire. I know some days it probably feels like it, but it isn't high on my list of to-dos. There have been a couple of times I've toyed with doing supporter-only streams and stuff. And it is something I still will probably do from time to time. It's just one of those things that I rarely get much time for. It's always about time. All comes down to time. Oh no! Heat exchangers are in the wrong spot. They need to be one small block to their right. Why? Oh, unless I do something ugly. Oh no, wait. No, never mind. Never mind. It's okay. I've got room. I have room. I don't have enough cable, but I have room. This is going to be high-risk cabling for shorting out my power. So there are now 2 separate networks running through here. But yeah, Satisfactory is probably not a game I'm going to play. It's pretty unlikely that I'll play a factory game that even Black Shadow bounced off. And never wants to return to. Alright, more cable. Anything else I need? I've got plenty of pipes in there. Might as well pick these up because I've got space in my inventory now. Where does Satisfactory fall in relation to SnowRunner, No Man's Sky, KSP2? Well, if I'm thinking, so that's 4 different games. We got Satisfactory, SnowRunner, No Man's Sky, KSP2. Since I'm clearly, after the DLC video, in the mood to rank things, KSP2 is way at the top of that list. Like, so far at the top of that list. Did it destroy my hopes and dreams? Yes. But I had hopes and dreams, and some of them I had fun with. Like, making the really fast cars on the thing, on the runway. So KSP2, top of that list for me, in terms of, I would play it again. In terms of frustration, SnowRunner and No Man's Sky. Whoa, that's a tough one. Because the two of those frustrated me. They just made me angry. And as I mentioned many times, I'm not like Capac. I'm not funny when I'm angry. I'm just angry. I don't like being angry. I don't even like being fake angry. Actually, that's not true. Sometimes being fake angry at Capac is a lot of fun. I need to think about this more. But yeah, the easy one of those is KSP2 because it just hurt. It just hurts. It just hurts. Okay, it was something I was really excited for. And it's ruined. Ruined by greed and poor planning. No Man's Sky's been so long now that I'm just like, meh. It's like, yeah, whatever. I kind of don't care. It's just not interesting. No Man's Sky is just disinterest to me. Oh man, I have to move this pipe. That's gonna be annoying. I should put that cable down. Suppose I could move it up or down. Down would make more sense. Taken, I played Icarus last week, and I'll be playing it again on Sunday. Check the schedule. As I have it listed in there. But yeah, I think ultimately the thing with No Man's Sky for me is that it's just not a game for me. The things that when I hear people talk about No Man's Sky, people who really enjoy playing it, they're talking about things that I'm not interested in. So I think ultimately it's just not my game. So that leaves SnowRunner, which is my game if it actually worked. Which makes me even more angry. I technically don't need to do more than that piping, but I kind of want to tidy it up. I might tidy it up at some other point in time. Okay, so that's all connected vertically to this one, which means I should also connect down to this one, which I don't want to do right over there because that's in the way of the pollutant mixed pipe. So we'll go here. Now they're all connected in parallel. And I'm going to do this. Doing that because I forgot to pick up any grey pipe and I figure I may as well fix it so I can get the grey pipe back in my stack. There we go. So I'm going to need to pressurize that a bit better. But now that is set up for 6 in parallel. The Fool? Come on! What dream world are you in that they've learnt their lesson with Light No Fire? It's the exact same hype. They haven't learnt anything. Where is this going? Oh, that's to my furnace. That's why it's orange. Thanks, Kaylin. Thank you for the prime sub. Tommaso! Wow, man. Wow. I'm hopeful for Light No Fire, but I think I enjoy being let down. Reminds me of being single. Oof. That's a sick burn. Well played. What am I doing here? I'm putting brown pipes down. Now. Which I think... Oh, I'm making such pipe spaghetti. So much spaghetti. Okay. Okay, so this all kind of began with talking about excitement with games coming, and I'll admit, I'm excited to see what Keen do with V-Rage 3. I'm just really worried for all the people that think that their announcement at the end of the year is going to be Space Engineers 2, when I think there's at least an equal chance it's going to be their AI game. And I really worry for the people who are going to be getting really excited thinking it's Space Engineers 2 and then really disappointed. I hope I'm wrong, but I really don't think that's all that likely. Kato, the video they posted, they made public on their YouTube channel 9 hours ago, was in their newsletter a few weeks ago. So it's been out for a little while. They just, for some reason, are making it, delaying the release of them being public until the newsletter's gone out. I think they're trying to big up the newsletter for some reason. I think probably because Twitter is awful. Because that used to be their main avenue for providing news about it. That one links up. Now I just got to connect these two. But yeah, the way they're doing the combined grid sizes in Space Engineers looks like it's got some promise. Because one of the biggest issues with a very small grid system is that you spend too much time messing around with the grid that you don't actually get to enjoy playing the game. I had a bit of that problem with Enshrouded. Where I spent so long messing around with the grid system that I didn't actually end up playing as much as I could have. Now, I need to join that up now, that down to there. What if I do this way for these ones?
Hunger caution.
Oh, I also need to parallelize this last loop as well, don't I? I'm thinking if I do this, that connects that bit up, and then I just need to bring this side down. Yeah. Wait, no. Wait, what? That needs to connect up to there. Ever seen this game before? Stationeers is Atmospherics Simulator. It's probably got more in common with Oxygen Not Included than it does with Space Engineers. Although the setting is much more Space Engineers. But in terms of gameplay, it's probably more Oxygen Not Included. If you're familiar with that game. Where it's about managing atmospheric systems and making sure they're all functioning well, more than it is about building cool looking ships, which is what Space Engineers is about. Space Engineers is rule of cool above all else, which is honestly one of the things I love about it. And one of the things it does very, very well. Space Engineers lets you build cool stuff. I think that's made that all into one network. Without worrying too much about the physics, but gives you enough physics to make the cool stuff be able to do cool stuff. Space Engineers does a good job of fitting the thing I remember from Lego Masters of you're able to swoosh. You can fly your ships, you can do stuff with them that makes them feel even cooler. But where the physics would make the game less cool and less fun, it doesn't bother with it. But yeah, the Stationeers also has a lot of automation aspects, programming, that sort of thing. It's the first game that's ever made me actually do some programming and try and do that stuff. Because I feel like it's given me small enough projects to work on that I can do bite-sized chunks and learn that stuff. Because honestly, no other game has really given me it in small enough chunks that I felt like I've been capable of doing it. Okay, so I think I've got this set up to actually turn these on now. Find out if we get any errors in a minute. I don't know why I don't just leave these at 20 degrees, but I think it was so that stuff downstream doesn't freeze. What is the system I'm working on right now? I am working on expanding the capacity of my cooling system so that I can get more liquid water. And hopefully not have my waste gas tank explode. Because I've been struggling to get enough cooling done, so I'm adding a whole bunch of extra air conditioners to my pre-cooler so that my phase change cooling loops that use liquid to gas phase changes can be more effective. Because I think they're being bottlenecked by these guys. Well, let's connect up these ones in parallel as well. And once I've got this hooked up, I will then check on how much pressure is in each of these lines so that I can make sure they're all pressured up appropriately. So that's now connected there. This needs to go connect upwards. And do it here just to make sure everything's got proper connections. And then I'm also going to connect up these two now. So now the ACs are fully running in parallel for both of the phase change setups, so that I can eventually make these not parallel systems, but more properly integrated systems. I'd run them as doubles before to allow me to do testing, but ultimately the testing has ended up with me realizing that it's best if I just have them all be expandable so I can fix bottlenecks where I see them. All right. That's a lot more ACs. You froze out and busted your piping at one point, right? Yes, I did. Okay, pressure in these pipes. 3 megapascals. That's all the same pipe, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Let's grab a couple of CO2 canisters. Chuck them in. See what pressure we get to. 4. 1.9. Try and get it back up to 6-ish. There we go. Let these fill up a bit.
Hydration critical.
Hydration critical? No! And once I've got these lines all bottom, mid, row AC need to be connected to middle row ACs. Oh yeah, thank you. You are correct. I missed that. The pescetti is real. It's such a mess. Alright. These guys should be a bit more full. Let's do the middle row now. Throughput's almost at 6. Huh. Oh yeah, these should be dropped. If the ACs ever get close to their target temperatures, what I'll need to do is copy the script that I'm using down here for switching off the associated one, and just run it on all but one of the ACs, and that should prevent them from doing the weird thing of shunting heat back in. Which should be good. No, Shadow Drake, no. Setting to minus 100 would be bad, because then they'll freeze their pipes if I ever, for some reason, am out doing something, like I'm doing decorative work for ages and the cooling system stops having hot stuff coming through. Then they will freeze it, and pipes will explode, and bad. And thank you. Also, 9 ACs. I'm going to run out of power. I'm definitely going to need to up my power. Okay, let's do one last check through. So, front row is at 6.6. That's good enough. Middle row is at 6.3. That's good enough. I'm pretty sure the back row was above 6 megapascals already, so I'm going to go get some water and food. And let the ACs try and equalize that, and then I think we will attempt to do a time measurement to see if I have improved my throughput of hot gas. Anything else I need to do while I'm in here? Check on the cocoa. It's still growing. It's going to be slow. I'm going to be glad to have all of those cocoa trees at some point. Oh, that's right. Wait, chocolate. I've got 175% filling. May as well keep eating the chocolate. What happens if I have pumpkin soup now? I have a reason to make muffins. If I make sure I drink when my happiness is at full, I can then switch over and eat something crummy afterwards. And keep my water satisfaction higher. Pick up ferns. I mean, I could, if there are any. Hasn't been all that long. There probably could be a... Yeah, there we go, there's one stack. My Larry's. That was time well spent. That was really satisfying. Getting those guys working. Did I leave something printing? No. Good. Oops, if I press the button, hey? Might want to start printing solar panels now so you have lots when you need them. Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps. How's this looking? 327 left to grind. So I think it's slowly increasing. Like the composter is just a bit slower than my ferns. But the composter is rate limited by my lack of water. Which is rate limited by my lack of cooling. So let's see how the ACs are doing in terms of getting that initial heat from those hot bottles of CO2. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Alright, so we have... For our external gas, we have 403 degrees Celsius. There must have been a storm that I missed. Down to 389. Woo! 14 degrees. Down to 370. Down to 346. So across all of these air conditioners, I am getting from 403 down to 346 degrees. That's not very much. It's not very much at all. Wait, something's wrong. No, it's not. That joins around the back. Yeah. Literally just barely 50 degrees. Where does that sit with water? Is that even cold enough? 346 Celsius. Oh, that is just inside. I mean, these are moving nearly 60 kilojoules of heat. Oh. It was 346 before, it's now 345, but I think I've reached the rate limit there. No, it looks like I didn't connect the top two, but if you follow this around, it goes down to here, which then goes around the back of that air conditioner around to here. I thought the same thing when I walked up, and then I went, oh no, wait, I have connected it. Let's see how my pollutant loop is doing. 9 and 9. It's still running at effectively 20 kilojoules. I don't know if that's a rate limiting step now either, because it goes from 114 down to 93. But this is at least expansible by just putting more condensers and more evaporators, which is pretty balanced with these two as to needing more if I want to push through more, which I might do next. I did fill it with hot gas, yes, but it looks like it's equilibrated. It looks like it's gotten as far as it goes. Maybe it'll go a bit further, but yeah, the rate of change is certainly slowed down. It's dropped 2 degrees since I arrived here. So let's see where this setup is above here, where it's at. We're at 30 degrees, so not too far before we can do another time test and see if we can actually get it to run. Now, Shadow Drake, I didn't actually check each loop in detail, what was happening at the start of the stream, which unfortunately means there's less data for me to check what's changed. Which would have been nice. But yeah. We'll wait till that gets to its desired temp, which is going to happen in just a second. Let's bring up my stopwatch. Reset it. Does look like it's moving quicker. I agree. This does look like it's moving faster. Maybe start your stopwatch and then take a bio break. Now we can go do some trader stuff. Okay, it should start in a moment. There we go. Stopwatch begun. How quickly is it going to get the gas out? Yeah, you can see it even slowing down towards 1 megapascal. I think I need to maybe shift this to, instead of being from I think it's 5 megapascals down to 1, I should probably go 20 down to 16. Same moles of gas going through, but the pump should be more efficient. And that could speed up the pump phase. But I don't want to mess with that while I've got a previous data point of the old system, because then I'm changing too many things and I don't know what's actually fixed anything or improved any setup. But that's dropped pretty quickly down to 100 degrees. Wow. Yeah, that's quite a lot faster already. Think. All right, so we'll go check on the traders because that won't take too long. And hopefully come back around 3 minutes. Because my stopwatch right now says 1:50. Because I do the measurement from pump on to pump on, as in the out pump on to the out pump on. So I can sell you chocolate bars as well as the basic ores, of which I have 50 coal, so I may as well sell them right now. What other traders do we have? Anything interesting? Any gas traders? Cosmic tools and more. I don't remember dealing with cosmic tools and more. I imagine it's just regular old tools and not that exciting. Alright, heading back in. Let's check on the thing. I thought about pressurizing the water tank with nitrogen to force the steam to condense to water faster. Yes, but honestly, I don't want to deal with the added complexities that might bring. Alright, we're 38 degrees. I don't think we're that much faster yet. We might be faster, but I don't know that it's that much. We're at 3 minutes 20, and it's still 35 degrees in that. I've got a 15 block runway. I already have I can take anything up to the 7x7s with 15 block requirement. With my runway set up. So it's going to hit 30 degrees around the time, yeah, when it's almost 4 minutes. So it's only got a minute left to get down to, whatever, 19 degrees when it finally switches over. I don't like its chances. Also don't know when this battery got damaged. It's in my suit. Four minutes 20. I don't think this is faster. At least not yet. Which is very disappointing. Come on. Come on. Actually be faster. Let me know that I did something that was actually worthwhile, even though everything I seem to do makes no difference. And bang. 5 minutes right on the button. It's literally made no difference. Literally no difference. Oh man, the pain of dealing with this heating system, cooling system, whatever you want to call it. Sounds like it's time for a second entire system, second gas room. I mean, ultimately what I'm trying to do here is figure out which parts of the system need to scale up more. That's kind of been my whole fight with this system, is not knowing which parts need scaling and which parts don't. And not really knowing where the optimal points to put extra power in end up being. So I think, yes, the pollutant loop here I think is probably bottlenecking a bit. But let's have a look. So, in theory, each step in the chain needs to move the same amount of thermal energy. So whichever one is... So, at the moment we've got 20 kilojoules moving through here. And about 20 through these as well. Then we move up to our water side of things. And we've got 4 times 5 of these. Times 6 of these. 3.5 times 6 of these. So that's about 20 as well. Got 20, got 10, got nothing, got 11. Wait a second. 20 liters, 20 liters. 20 liters. Okay, they actually have enough. And then similarly, there's about the same, there's more moving through these though. So there's 30 at this stage. And 30 at this stage. And then like 70 here? 75? So moving 75 kilojoules here, then it drops lower to this one. Which makes sense, because we need to have more and more for the water, because the water's in a less favorable part, because we can evaporate less. And then the least, I think, is here. 3.6 times 4 times 6. 36. Yeah, it's just about 40. Which means these guys are bottlenecking me right now. Because I need to have 4 of them rather than 2 of them. So right now the pollutants are bottlenecking, but it's probably also these ACs need to be parallelized up to more of them. But they may not need to be as much if the pollutant is shifting more anyway. So, evaporation chamber. Let's line you up. Probably place it there and compact this down a bit. And condensation chamber. Oh no, I can't do this. That doesn't work. Need that extra gap. Or the power. Yeah, I'll check on my power levels before I get too excited. I think it'll be okay for a while. It'll take me a while to burn through it, but I guess what I could do in terms of power saving is just add more batteries. So the next storm powers me up. Because yeah, still blue. But I'm going to need to knock out the wall to go further out that way to fit more big station batteries on this side of the loop. Although I could fit one in. Maybe make one big station battery and add one more. Battery. Hit battery large. Come back to that later. Oh, completely agree, Demonworks. One of the nicest changes that the Stationeers devs could make would be to make graphs have an inbuilt function for adjusting their timescale. Because the timescale for graphs is useless. And frankly, because it's useless, very few people are going to end up using graphs. It needs to have an easier function for people to actually use it. If you have to use the stack to make a graph that's even vaguely useful, that's just no. I was going to print off phase change device. I want 2 more. I mean, even if we had to have some sort of memory device attached to the system that we write to that then the graph reads from, which I guess is what the stack is, but something needs to be simpler in that process that someone who can get an LCD working can get it working. You don't need to know more than that. I need my liquid insulated pipe. I need some more of it. Should still have enough gas pipe because I think I've still got some on the floor down in there. And I need some more. Nope, got enough steel sheet. How are you going? 75%. While I'm waiting on this, I'm just going to quickly fill up my water bottle. There we go. Oh, man, I love having a sink near my desk. I will never not feel that way, I think. I mean, unless it leaks. Then I'd probably feel horrible about it. Hydration low. Hydration low. Pop those out. Let's get... Now these need... No, they don't need support. Condensation chamber? Yes. I don't know why I feel like I have to check this every single time, but every single time I place one of these, I make sure I've got the correct one at the correct end, because I always seem to need to. Unless I really actively think about, what am I doing with these? It's just one of those things in the game that's still... It's less firmly in my head than I would like. How do you have your big heat sinks connected? I don't have big heat... the big heat sinks? You talking about the massive radiators outside that are used to cool gas from the storm? Is that what you're talking about? You're talking about something else. Actually, do I have enough? Oh. Don't have any more pipe. Okay, never mind. I need to go print some more pipe. I am lacking on the pipe front. Also, then I need to go and spray paint this whole thing yellow. Start that, and then we'll go build this. Oh, they're not heat sinks. Those big things aren't heat sinks. They're heat exchangers. So they're exchanging heat between the what do I need for this? Steel sheets. So they're exchanging the heat between the coolant and the gas that's to be cooled. There's possibly some optimization there, but honestly, the gas in the coolant gets up to quite a high temperature. So I think it's that the coolant isn't getting cooled fast enough, not that the heat exchange isn't happening fast enough. Obviously, I could be wrong, as has been proven today. But yeah, I feel like the bottleneck is elsewhere at the moment, but I may well end up pushing it to be there. But I do have two of them. I built an extra one. Electronics parts. Two of these. Oh, screwdriver. There we go. And on. Well, next storm, at least I'm going to end up with more power. That's actually probably a substantial increase in my power storage capacity. That's probably enough for these for now. Let's go add these extra loops and add a whole lot of pollutant and hopefully don't explode things. Okay, that's the side connected. Now we'll do the coolant side. There's not really a different way I can pipe up these heat exchangers. They are piped up with an input and another input. That's kind of it. There's not much else you can do. But to see whether they're being efficient or not, it's pretty simple. Check the temperature of that, 38.5. Check the temperature of this, 35.5. So there's a 2.5 degree delta, which is not particularly large. So there's probably not a lot I can do there. Until someone tells me that there actually is and I'm completely missing the point. The latent in the exchanger is, I think, the rate of heat transfer between the two media. I think. Yeah, this what I'm doing right here is what I should have done with the phase change loops all along. They are so much more expansible if I just keep adding extra phase change units to them, rather than trying to do a full extra setup that runs in parallel. Again, I did the parallel thing for testing purposes, but ultimately this is definitely, now that I understand things a bit better, I think a far superior way of doing it. Because I can modify it to fix up any of those bottlenecks a bit more easily. And maybe at some point I'll figure out a neat way of doing the piping around them that looks tidy. Maybe. Right, I think with this one hooked up, all the piping is done, and then I can just do the cabling and start these things. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right. Cables. Let's get power to these guys. Think. Bring this through here. Probably the quickest. Plus, if I ever manage to put some actual floors in here at the various heights, then at least these will be sitting at floor height. And then look up the bottom row. And it's going to be a whole big thing of shuffling pollutant in here, because the system I have for that is not super efficient. Am I stuck? I think I'm getting trapped between pipes. I feel like, when I think back to when I made this room, and I was like, this room is gigantic, but I think I need to make it this big. I did not expect to... I really didn't expect to have run out of space to make things tidy. Alright, so what values do I have these set to? 5, 700. Now, I have reasons for setting these to particular levels, so... basically, these appeared to be safe levels based on my reading of the phase change graph. Oh, wait, if I turn those on and we still... Probably not going to be enough gas there for the condenser to work. Let's, get some more. I am finally using some of the pollutants I kept. That is true. That is true. Using up a decent amount of them, but not any amount that I think makes any difference to a tank that large. But at least some are being used. Let's just turn the other side on. Oh, where's my labeler? 3340. So this is the side that matters more. At 3,340 kilopascals, pollutant will evaporate down to about 5 degrees Celsius. So that's the minimum desired temperature. Why don't I label cable nodes and pipe nodes? What? You mean like putting the labels on the pipes? I paint pipes to make them so I know what they are. This whole bit needs to be painted yellow. Just hasn't been yet. But it does need to be painted yellow. It's holding pollutant. I think this is going to take a little while to get enough in here, because I'm going to need to basically have what is it? A minimum of 60 liters of liquid pollutant for this system to work. 61. Because none of these chambers are actually going to have any liquid in them at the moment. Which means they're not going to be doing... Oh no, this one's got a little bit of liquid. These two do. So they're now doing 23-ish. Plus another 6, plus nothing. Because there's not enough pollutant there. This does make it almost tempting to hook the system up properly and actually have a pump to push the pollutant in. But I worry if I do that, I will end up pushing too much in. Oops. Didn't mean to press Q. Space engineers have it. No, label pipes and cables. Can you even do that? You can't label. I don't think. Unless someone can tell me a different way. I think they all just have a network number. Does the label item actually change the pipe network name though? Or does it just put a visual label on it? Yeah, I know. I know there's stickers you put on the pipes, but I don't think they change what shows up on your tablet. So it wouldn't do much. It would be nice if we did have a way to relabel pipes so that when you look on your analyzer it says what the pipe network is by your label that you made. That would potentially be incredibly powerful. So where are we at liters of pollutant wise? We've got less than 5 liters. Need more. Need a lot more. A lot more. No, I think RG Sneaker was asking was making the fair assumption that you might be able to change the name up the top there. But unfortunately, I don't believe it's possible. Same as I don't believe you can change the name of your room. I wonder if that's an intentional design decision or if it's a legacy code tech debt decision or if it's they've just never thought about it. Or it's on our list, but something we will do when we've actually got a ooh, that's a lot of stress. That's a lot of stress. It is coming down though. Thanks, Beldenek. Thank you for 2 years. Thank you very much. Now, if I leave this for a minute, we can have a bit of a check at how much liquid pollutant there actually is. All these chambers are at 5.7. This is already down to 4. These chambers have none. This chamber has 16 liters, which is going up. Slowly. There is no heat being moved by those. So I've made the cooling system worse for... Oh, I should check on the big tank. Where is it at? Is it getting big? Full? No, it's still 14.3. Okay, that's alright. Hey, Tugson? Or Tugson? I never know how to pronounce that combination of vowels and consonants. Also, at some point I would love to be able to read phonetics as they're written on Wikipedia. Because I want more the type of phonetics you get in kids' books. is the type of phonetics I can understand. It takes so long for this system to equalize. I guess what I could do... Check a bit more in. Ooh, eggs on. See, I wasn't sure whether it was going to be like that company Thule. The company that makes the like roof racks. Okay. Where? Whoop, that's the wrong key. I'm going to leave that for a bit, and we'll come back to it and see where it's at when it's had a bit of time to equalize. What I want to do now is... How many steel frames? I might have enough to get this a bit more full. Do I need access up here still? Yes, because I was in the middle of expanding my living quarters. Where was I going with this? Does anyone remember? Because I clearly don't. I think I'd gone that far because that's how far the other stuff goes. Yeah, the cargo, Larry, that was going to be part of what's up in here, but I needed to expand this space anyway. Was that... Did I need to do more mining through here for it? Because I need to... Like, if I want to further expand my... I suppose I can just close this in and we can deal with that after. It should be fine. Be nice to have the base pressurized so I can stop wearing my suit. It would be cool to make some progress on that today. I mean, the fixing of the temperature, the thermal management system, that's an ongoing project. And one that I think I'd like to just do little bits of here and there. Rather than hoping to somehow fix it all in one fell swoop, because that's just not realistic. Yeah, that's right. I was gonna remove the extra airlock, wasn't I? I think the main thing I was doing was making this space line up in terms of height and other things to the other spaces. As best I can, anyway. Well, if I've got my my base pressurized, then I'll build a proper airlock at the front of the base where I can have a suit storage thing, so I can have my suit taken on and off there and I don't have to wear it anywhere else. Where is all the heat in this system going? Outside. Eventually. By various means, it eventually goes outside. Because outside is a safe place to dump heat. Because being a game, it can be infinitely dumped there. Not efficiently, but infinitely. Yeah, if the base is pressurized and I mess up not being in my suit, it means I go out to Venusian atmosphere and temperatures, which is actually worse than vacuum. It's that bad.
Hunger caution.
Okay, so I've fixed up the roof bit. Oh, okay. That must be the back wall. Hang on. How high is that? Yeah, that'll be the back wall of the current greenhouse bit. So maybe I'll expand to include it. No, stick to the plan. Just keep it a bit, and I can always do more expansion later. Keep it to a chunk that is achievable. Once I've dug this out, I can probably go back and check on my system and see whether it's reached steady. I can probably go sell off what I've just mined to the trader as well. So, a couple of quick bucks. That's wall. Floor height is down here. I need to go down another layer. Oh man, I want to be able to live on the surface in my next save. This is giving me, towards the end of survival maybe vibes about being underground for so long. I'm going a little loopy, than usual. That looks pretty good. Are we outside? No. Nope. There was just a little pocket of gas that I connected to, and I've got the vent over here running, so I am pushing all this outside right now. What's going to be the Capac wake-up gifts this Sunday? Maybe I'll go burgers. I kind of like a sandwich. Eat and drink. So, start with chocolate. Eat a little bit of chocolate, make myself happy, drink lots of water. Then finish off with something a little less tasty. Like canned powdered eggs. Delightful. All right, let's go check on the pollutant and see how much more I need to add. And maybe if I do get the outside of their pressure closed up, I should put lights on my list in here, so I don't have to always use my suit lights. That's still not dropped to 0, so the condensers are still struggling. Where are we at, though? 4.73 litres, 0.12 litres, 16 litres, and 15 litres. So I've got 30... 36 litres about? Thereabouts? That's moving 12. That's moving barely anything. That's moving 12, and that's moving 12. So we've already increased this by a substantial amount in terms of the thermal throughput on these. Are all these at 9.5? Yes. Okay. Can't you use canned powdered eggs for cooking? I don't know. Can I? Didn't think they would count as eggs. I think they're a food you can make from eggs, but I don't think they count as eggs. Hey, Pinhole. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong there. Let's get a bunch more of this in. I'll go back to my home building. I don't think I need a huge amount more, but I definitely needed more pollutant in there to get all of the phase change devices working properly. But I think what I'm seeing is that I'm going to need more of these guys than these guys to make this loop efficient. Maximally efficient. Canned powdered eggs. Doesn't that sound like something you'd eat after the world ended? Yeah. These are all gonna evaporate, and I'll have less liquid because so much heat I just added. But we can come back to this again once it's equilibrated. Because once I've filled in this bit, I can make sure it's vacuum, and then I can pop open the wall into here and hope things don't go horribly wrong. Alright, sell this to the trader. Get rid of the stuff in my belt. Let's do that. Yeah, Nekio, that's a, that's a good way to put it. It is a very cool game, but very complicated game, but very cool. He does not want silver, just the other stuff. Alright. Can be that way. Iron, coal, 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 gold. So. Sell. 164. 8. 44. And 30. There we go. Thanks, Startooth. Thank you for the prime sub. How's it going? Oh yeah, and the milk is made from mixing soy with the fern. That makes a milk substitute. It's kind of like oat milk. It's more like oat juice. Similar to like almonds. It's an almond juice or a cashew juice. Where was I? That's what I was doing. Soy milk with a fern carton. Maybe. I think it's more, soy milk with a fern emulsifier. Fern-based emulsifier is what I would be imagining, because it's all going into the food thing rather than the packaging. But you can probably imagine it either way. all a bit awkward with blocks that are currently in here. Trying to make sure I actually weld everything up and box all the stuff out properly. Because that's the other thing I've been trying to do with my more recent expansions, is make sure I box everything out fully rather than leaving the corner bits missing, because it makes it a lot easier to know where I am in relation to the building inside if I do it all fully. Huh. Once I pressurize my base, I probably need to cool my jetpack fuel so that I'm not, like, pre-cool it, so that I don't have to cool it as I use it. Although I don't use that much of it, so maybe it's not all that important. That looks good. Fill in that whole wall. Germany, you can't call almond milk a milk. Fair enough. Figured Europe would be somewhere that would start such a thing. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there is a company out there that has decided to call their almond milk a juice, just for the fun of talking about juices in that context. Am I out of steel sheets? No. Well, I should put some more steel in here. Where's my steel stack? There. Yeah, exactly, Drago. Skipping corners, cutting corners wherever you can at the beginning is something that's important. But the further you get along, the more it's... the resources are less of an issue than the other potential problems you might run into with it. So we've got 10.6 liters, 20 liters, 20 liters. So we're almost there. We're up to 31 or 32 liters of pollutant from the condensers. What's our temperature differential? We got 128 on this side and 86 on this side. We are probably getting... Oh no, these guys are moving more now. They're keeping up. Because these were 3.6 before, they're now up to 5. So the bottleneck was actually pushing the heat into these guys. Because these are now moving 30 kilojoules themselves. That's good. More heat moving through. I think I need to put a few more canisters of gas in here, though. Not too many more, but a few more. And then once I'm happy with how much pollutant is in this new extra cooling loop, I'll then do another test to see if my overall gas cooling phase is quicker or not. See if we are shorter than 5 minutes. If we're still somehow stuck at that magic number. Yeah, this entire room down here is pretty much a heat pump. It's trying to pump heat from where I don't want it, well, out to outside. There we go. I'll do one more. more, then back to building. Hopefully I've got a few steel sheet stacks popped out. Or one at least, I guess. How much more have I got in here? 18. Yep. Alright. Make some more frames. Put those out. Desperately try to get this thing finished. Thanks, Shadow Drake. Thank you for answering some of those questions for me. There we go. Pinhole, the reason gases needed to be cooled is because you can't use a lot of gases when they're hot. They tend to fry things that you don't want fried. So there are a whole raft of different reasons I want things cooled down. It's not any one reason. But a big one of the reasons is I want to make my hot water eventually vaguely drinkable. Or at least shower worthy. Yes, watering plants with steam is a bad idea. I think I learned that in my year of horticultural science I did. Shower worthy is drinkable? True. True. Might have to sip at it though. Alright, before I close that off, I would like to make sure that it gets to a vacuum. Or at least that there's no pollutants in it. So let's stand here, turn off my jetpack, wait for the vent to do a little bit of its work. And yes, clean CO2, that's fine. At just a couple of pascals is not a problem. Okay, now we do something terrifying. We expand the living space. Uh, 91 kilopascals in here, so it should be okay. Close the greenhouse door first. But no, I need the greenhouse door open because that's where the new gas is going to come in to fill it. This room does not have its own gas system anymore. So, here goes. All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh, 73, that's not too bad. 68's not great. What's it doing in here? 82. Yeah, we're okay. Hooray! I didn't destroy the things. And I didn't save before I did that. I thought I would do things the more drama-filled way. No saves, no safety nets. Now try to get back there. Well, yeah, there is that. But I can fit through there, luckily. Hooray! This is going to feel weird. This is going to feel really weird. This room's been with me for a long time. Oh, there we go. Yeah. I think the light is going to keep it feeling tight in here for a while. But it is now bigger. Remember that disassembling the oven will delete its ingredients. Good to know. Sweet. All I gotta do is, if I move those shelves against the wall rather than out in the open there, I think it'll make a big difference, as well as moving the canning machine around to the side here. I think that'll make it feel like it's grown. Let's go check on my pollutant loop and see if it's equalized, and maybe do a check of the pace of my cooling setup. And also probably stop you guys for a bit. So that's 64 frames. Let's make some more steel sheets. While I go run this check. $20 liters. Just shy of a liter. 20 liters. 20 liters. So it's you. Are you going to get enough in you that you can actually transfer some heat as well? Doesn't look terribly likely. And what pressure are we at here? 4 megapascals. Okay. Still need a bit more pollutant. Perhaps check power. Yeah, that mightn't be a bad idea. Just need a bit more pollutant for that last evaporator. Yeah, the new section needs lights, it needs a mezzanine, it needs a bed, some couches, a whole bunch of stuff. And removing the airlock between the greenhouse and it as well. I think I'll do one more after this, and hopefully that's enough pollutant. Hopefully. Right. Finding a dad joke, eh? Alright. Oh boy. My dog gave birth to puppies near the side of the road, and she was fined for littering. There you go. There's your dad joke. Run while you can. It's too late. It's too late. How long does this take to equalize? Those are still full. This one's dropped down, but is starting to fill again. Okay. Shouldn't be too much longer. I think we got enough pollutant. 10, 10, 10, and 10. So we've got this down to 91 degrees, which is... That's moving up to 132. I think this might be the bottleneck now. These guys might need more evaporation chambers and more water. They are still all... Yeah, they've all still got liquid to evaporate from and enough as well. I just came into this stream and heard that joke. I don't know if it was the exact right or wrong time to enter. I don't think there's any right or wrong answer to that. That joke's just bad, but fun. Terra bad. Oh yeah, definitely got enough pollutant now. That's up to 5 liters with this one at 20, this one at 20, and this one at 20. So basically, the reason I keep looking at the volume of liquid in the evaporation chambers is that I want to make sure I have at least enough liquid of the cooling medium to ensure that all of my evaporation chambers have a reasonable amount of liquid in them. Because if they don't have enough liquid, they can't actually do their job. So I need to have the amount of evaporation chambers times 20 minus 10 liters of liquid. So if I have 2, I need 30. If I have 4, I need 70. Ish. And I'm close enough to that it should work. And making sure that there's not so much that this side of things gets pipe stress from the liquid that's in it, causing it to break. Which I think I'm okay. So we're moving 6 through each of these, so we're getting there. These will keep increasing and as the hot pollutant I added gets cooled down. The system shouldn't need to be topped up, once it is at the level that it's desired to be at, then that should be fine. Oh, that pipe network needs a lot more CO2. It's down at 1.5 megapascals. That's teeny tiny. Let's fix that. No wonder it's getting so hot. Not enough medium to work with. Should probably check some of the others. There may be some that are low. Basically, the lower they get, the higher the temperature, the worse it pushes me through my phase change. Oh dear. Not enough evaporation chambers, missed opportunity. I approve of this condensed wording. You guys were just complaining about the dad jokes, now you're throwing them at me? Make up your mind! Pinhole, it's a closed system. They don't get low, they start low and get filled up to the correct amount and then stay there. Oh. That's a lot of pipe stress. That's not good. Is that gonna get better? It's coming down. It's fine. Don't add too much too fast. You don't want to choke up the pollutants and bust pipes. Yeah, Shadow Drake, it would have helped if I'd read that earlier. I just completely missed your comment. It would have helped a lot if I'd read that earlier. Oh well. Luckily, I got away with it. 4.75. What's this pressure? 3.8. So I probably need more on that as well. So I like to have them up around 6 megapascals. Any of the other... These ones should all be fine because they haven't been touched in a long while. 4 megapascals is okay. Let's get them up a bit more. Yes, an indoor pollutant pool would... I don't think I would have much of a pool, actually. I think it'd evaporate super quickly and be really cold. Like, really, really cold. Oh. Oh, I needed to put it there. Whoops. Where'd I put the other one? There. There are ways to build pressure release systems, yeah. And there are ways to build safeties into these systems. My attempts at earlier safeties kind of led me to the conclusion that you're better off... Like, the amount of effort didn't really pay off. It wasn't really worth it. Okay, so you're 5.38 now. You're 3.9. So you're what I need to fill up more. Okay, that should do well enough. What mods am I using? One that gives me a bit more ore for hand mining, so I haven't built any deep ore extractors, and some decorative things, like letters. Hence the gas that I've written on the sign up there. That's about it. The game just has this much gameplay complexity baked in. Would it be better to move my CO2 gas bottle filler to the cooled CO2 tank? If I ended up with a gas cooling system that was really effective and quick, eventually, yeah. I think that would be worth doing. As it stands right now, with my system struggling to keep up with the gases I'm generating at high temperatures, because I generate lots of steam at high temperature through my hydrogen combustor, which is how I'm making water to use, I don't think it is worthwhile. I think I will then add a lot more thermal load to this system and eventually lead to its failure, and unless I've fixed it beforehand. The irony is, Shadow Drake, I think the safeties that I put into that original pollutant setup was actually why I was having problems with it. I reckon I got a lot of the setup wrong. And it actually created more problems than it solved. But speaking of safeties... Oop. 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 Let's make sure I remember that this is all pollutant. including the pipe, the water, liquid pipes. Just don't think I'm going to forget, but it's nice not to take chances with such labeling. Oops. 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 Eh. Couple of yellow cables, no big deal. How long till that's on the bingo card? Why do you have some yellow cables there? Because I'm bad with spray paint. Okay. I can switch that back to the grey one since I don't really use the yellow very much. Just overspray? Yeah. Yeah. Pretty much. Alright. I think we've maybe waited enough for this to get close to equilibrated again. It's down to 78 degrees. That's up at 130 degrees. Let's go run the timer. Let's see where we're at on this current batch of gas. Oh, pump is on, so I can start a timer when it turns off. We can run from off to off. Not bad timing to start this at all. Here we go, almost there, and start. Right, the timer is begun. Let's have a look at our power situation. You didn't do a good job masking off. My painter would be disappointed. Power's okay. Power's still okay. I'm pleased. So I think I'm going to close in this wall section here. At least mostly. I need to put a doorway in. So I'm going to decide how the doorway is going to fit. Especially with the pipes where they are right now. Does that pipe actually need to run around there anymore? Yes. Because it's still going to the cooler for... But could I change that location? Probably. Although I think maybe just go simple with this and just box it in like this. Can always upgrade it and change it later. Glass windows across that gap so you can look inside. Would that be nice? Do I want to look at my first ever cooling setup? It's kind of got a low ceiling. I think it'll be weird. I think I'll just leave it as a door. Which means I need a door. Oh, probably stop you. Let's make a door instead. Get door. Do I make an interior door? I think I have an interior door somewhere up here. Yeah. Interior doors glass. Added. Thin. Triangle. Glass. Welding torch and 2 steel sheets. Almost at 3 minutes. Oh yeah, I should go in there. Glass sheets. Alright, we'll sort that out in a sec. We're at 3 minutes 15, so I should go back and check where we're at on the loop. Hey, the doctor. How's it going? And Habilet. We are at 21 degrees. Ooh. I think we've sped up, but it's going to depend how long that pump runs for. We're at 3 minutes 42. Actually, I don't think we've sped up much at all. The pump has begun. When the pump switches off, the timer stops. The standard batch time is 5 minutes. We are currently at 4 minutes. Oh yeah, we've sped up. We have sped up, but by how much? 4 minutes 10? Come on, pump. Be faster. Four minutes 20. Okay. So we've gone from 300 seconds down to 260 seconds. That's more than a 10% gain. Oops. Hmm. That could be... I think what I'll do now, because this is something that I can do to improve this a bit in terms of the pump efficiency and the pump time. Pop you out. Import. Edit. We're going to go with press high, and we're going to move this up to 30. And press low, we'll go 25. So we're going to need to set a new time with that. I suppose I should probably leave the same megapascal gas difference rather than increasing it to 5 megapascals difference. Keep it at 4, because we can see then how much of a difference that really makes. Oh, wait, I need to leave that in there so it switches it off. So if we go 26. Yeah. Be interesting. That's a lot more heat I'm pushing through in one batch, but... One thing that this is going to change, though, is I'm going to be leaving a lot of cool gas in and mixing... Oh, that's going to change things quite a bit. So, instead of my previous system where I almost emptied it out, so there wasn't much cool gas remaining in this little thing is now going to... Oh, possibly drop to the desired pressure just by getting the water out. I hadn't thought about that. It's just dumping the water out. Which is making the water tank hotter. Which is not desirable. Maybe I don't want to do this. We're almost at the desired pressure just from the water coming out. Alright, that doesn't work. It's too high. Pressures are too high. Press high. Let's go 15 and 10 we'll go to. I can time these at some stage. Yeah. Not quite how I expected that to go, but I mean, stuff I've done today has actually improved the efficiency of my cooling. By, you know, whatever it is, 12% or something. Set shower temp to Venusian. The cool CO2 is going to be messed up by the fact that the greenhouse is now bigger. The volume of space in there is bigger. So that's not really an accurate measure anymore. The accurate measure of movement, or the potential, well, the desired outcome of increased throughput is that this tank starts getting empty.
Hunger caution.
And I think we're still within margin of error on this tank right now because of having put more into that little bit of storage down there. So we'll have to see if that, because this started at 14.1 megapascals or thereabouts. All right. Get myself fed and watered, and then I can finish up this corridor and then start thinking about what I'm going to do with that outside airlock. Oh, actually, I should finish this door. Interior doors. I presume they create separate rooms. Yes. Excellent. But they have vents, so they share atmo between the spaces, so that's fine. Cool. Now I need flat walls for the floors out here. I don't think I have many. No, I don't. All right. Flat walls. Let's get a few of those. Getting this corridor feeling complete is going to be epic. This game gives me nightmares of complexity. I can understand that. I don't think you're wrong for feeling that way. It is certainly a complex game. I think I've said this a few times, the thing that for me works in Stationeers is that while it is complex, it doesn't force you to use the most complex solution. Or any specific solution for most of your problems. There are a variety of solutions you can use, some of which are relatively simple to implement. Particularly things that are done through manual means rather than automated. Poorly thriving. Alright. They're going to take their sweet time about it. And the sugarcane's already grown. Don't need to worry about harvesting it. Let's go grab the ferns while I'm in here and trying to get my stinky debuff gone. Uh-oh. What did I need to do to reset this guy? You guys remember? Was it just resetting this? Push activate. Thank you. Excellent. All right, that's back functioning again. That would explain why I haven't been getting as many ferns today. Need to remember to check on these guys for when they bug out. Because as far as I understand it, that is a bug beyond my control. Should bring more lockers in here and put them out first. Then I can easily move that stuff. Let's go do that. I feel like I've achieved something. Yeah, the cocoa plants are never going to be quite happy with my current setup. I'm not too fussed that they're unhappy. They can deal. I'm hoping I don't need a lot of them, is kind of where I'm getting at with that. Alright, plating. Which direction do they need to be placed? That one. Oh, that's a large panel. I'll get there eventually. I'm going to need to rip up these three to fix them. And we'll put this in the airlock so we don't bump down in the airlock anymore. This will be delightful. Automated reset of Larry on a schedule, whether it needs it or not, would be nice. I'm honestly not even sure how to do that. In fact, I also think these plating were already the way around I wanted them. Oops. Never mind. Might do more interesting flooring at some later stage, but I think at least some flooring is much better than none. At least makes me feel like it's all tidy. Yeah. Yeah. You may finally be witnessing the end of the under construction corridor-ish. Still need to deal with this cable and a bunch of other things, but yeah, it's close. Certainly more progress has been made on it today than has been made on it in pretty much any previous stream. Except for maybe the one where I exploded it. Is the problem related to loading the game? Not sure. I think so, but not sure. Yeah, definitely my production dropped down there a bit. Because I'm going to have to fix up all down here as well to get the cabling tidied up. But I thought it might be nice to at least get the walls and ceiling in and some lighting in before then. Right, so There are still some iron walls in the end of this. I may try to replace, if I so dare. I'm going to turn this large vent off. For the moment, no. Because I've got to do this. This is scary when I'm this close to outside. Here goes. I think this will be the first time my base will have been fully enclosed with frames. There we go. I can remove this one. Let's find out. Oh, yeah. And I'll eventually be removing the airlock as well. That'll be the truly momentous occasion. I'm going to put this frame in here for now, but all this stuff is actually going to be removed. So it shouldn't be a problem. Because I'm going to push the airlock further out, rather than having it in its current location, so that I can duplicate the airlock and then remove the internal one. There we go. I did a thing. That arguably could have been done a long time ago, but distractions are plenty. What about the original passive vent? Maybe I can just leave it on the wall. Or figure out a way to break one that's in a less annoying position, because that's going to be just floating in the air. Maybe it can sit inside my airlock? Maybe I can try and work that into my airlock? So it's just a broken pipe that's inside my airlock on the wall? Dunno. That'll require some thought about how that could potentially integrate. It's kind of in the middle. And that's the problem. This out. Reburst one in a new spot. Yeah, I could do a popped pipe in memoriam that's inside the airlock. That's just on the wall. So perfectly functional airlock with just this blown pipe that just is there. It's probably the better way to do it. Because as soon as I try to move it, it'll disintegrate. So I can't move the existing one. I'd have to create another one in its memory. Okay, what the heck am I doing with the lights? The lights come from that transformer, which should be okay. So I can probably get a few more lights up there for this section. Let's light up this front hallway a bit. Looks like I need a few more lights. And sounds like Charlie's got a furball. You right, dog? You okay, girl? Something I'm going to have a look into after this stream is whether there are any relatively inexpensive but still decent quality webcams. I've got 2 block gap I've done. That is light enough for this hallway. Oh wait, I should have started at this end. Where would this put it? Maybe 1, 2, and then... Oh yeah, that's fine. Right up against the wall. Thinking about having an easy way to quickly show you what ridiculousness Charlie is doing whenever I refer to her. Danny, that sounds like an awful lot of work. And I've previously used NDI as a thing to go from phone to OBS, and it's also clunky and a lot of work. It's honestly, the simplest thing is having a webcam. And I arguably kind of would find it useful to have one anyway. Because there are a number of various things related to my other job that are done as voice calls, video calls, conferences, things. That having one that I can just turn on and off when I need it would be useful. One that's set up properly. Because I've actually got a setup where I can use my GoPro as a for a camera here, but it's very cumbersome. It's everything about it is awkward, and it's annoying. I thought it was going to be nice having like a setup for a proper camera and you can do all the fancy proper camera things, and then ultimately it's just like, no. No. Unfortunately, I haven't had any emails from any any companies being like, hey, do you want this free thing so you can show it off on your stream? And had it been a webcam. I had offers for keyboards, but from companies that don't make keyboards that I would actually use. So I told them to contact me if they ever make a mouse. Or if they ever want to do a sponsored thing for a mouse. Yay! Look at that! I can walk through all of this level of my base without my lights and without it getting super dark. Yes. Weird shadows at the door, though? Yep, that's true. This will probably get some sort of proper doorway as part of the completion of the hallway. I just don't know what I'm actually going to do with it as yet. Let's check my power situation. Ooh, okay. That's not good. What, solar panel. What do I need more of for this? I can make 10? 10's a decent start. Let's go have a look at my solar setup and see whether I had any capacity for expansion on it. I can't recall. It's been so long since I made it. Yeah, I think it is new solar farm time. Which means yet another input required. Another input line. Unless I want to try and implement solar backup for each of the wind turbine ones, which could be an option. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so I've got 20 solar panels on this line. And I could put, 10 on each of the wind turbine lines to try and boost them when there's no storm. But then I need a way to cut it, for it to cut out safely when the storm comes, and I don't know that I have a reliable means for that, since apparently everything I do with weather thingies doesn't actually work. Or at a lot of small wind turbines. The turbines are set up so that in a storm, they are pretty much maxing out the heavy cable. Because there are 8 per line. I think you can do 9, and if you're lucky, get away with 10, but I did 8 to give myself safety margin. What I can do to boost my power a little bit right now is this. Couldn't help but notice that I'd recently shaved in the pack slips. Yeah, my beard was really itchy. It had gotten long, and I tend to just shave it off entirely rather than clipper it. I just I want it gone. It's gone. Bring those inside. They don't need to be out here. It's not a, like I've got stubbly at the moment. It would be worth adding batteries down each line, then having a medium transformer to cap the output in each line to more of an average output. I honestly don't know. With the weirdness of how power systems through transformers from battery to battery work, I really don't know. Hopefully we're due for a storm in the game soon, because then this extra battery will get full and I probably won't run out before the next storm. But I think the main thing is going to be making more solar for more input. So I've got more consistent power. This is a lot easier to balance your power needs and uses with solar. Part of me does want to move the batteries outside, but I do kind of like having access to see them from inside. I don't want to go near Stirling engines, so I'm probably not going to. I'm going to need to make that room bigger. No matter what else I do, that room needs to be bigger. So let's get that bit done. Where is... This is the battery room. Okay. Let's extend this out. And this is going to fill my base with a whole bunch of nasty gas. I'm gonna pop this out. Unless I do... Ooh, unless I do the cheeky way. I could make it so it doesn't do that. If I fill in the whole space. And then remove it on the other side. That's a lot of silver. It can just go here for now. And the iron can go in here with the copper. So we can sell it. So I think I'll push this out to as far as the cooling section goes. I think that'll be a hopefully plenty of room. But I won't run into this being a problem for some time. Oh. Apparently walking the direction that the atmosphere is trying to push you makes you go fast. Okay, I'm gonna need more frames to make this work. Oh, right. This is gonna happen a lot. Every time I weld up one of these cubes. Maybe if I stand here it won't. Or not as bad anyway. See ya, Tincho. Whoa! Don't throw me into the turbines. Jeez. Being launched and then chopped. Okay, so that's the 3 high. Now, just gradually build it out and fill up every cube space. I just build row upon row like this, and then when I remove the frames on the inside, they'll be vacuum. I think. So the atmosphere's already been pushed out. And that way I don't need to set up a temporary vent system to do it for me. Where's my battery floor? This is the floor height. This block here. Floor, empty space, ceiling. I might have to make another opening for passing cables through. So another little section to allow the cables to pass through for the extra power I'm adding. You can use voxel to pressurize, but it has some limitations. Like, it's hard to mount things on your voxel wall. Not impossible, just more difficult. Go in and test the removal just to make sure this is worth the time. Yeah, probably. No, Danny, I don't like leaving out the corners because it makes it harder for doing expansions and knowing where room edges are and things like that. I find it actually worse in the long run. I'd rather have just a wall block that I can easily pass things through it. So I prefer not. Alright, let's see. What happens when I do this? Nothing. Perfect. It works. As expected. And I get to recover a couple of blocks by doing this now. It's not bad. Clean up the mess. And I've got room for the new batteries. You may want to paint the outermost layer so you know when to stop. Yeah. Yeah. I was going to stop there for now, because obviously I don't have enough solar panels to make more than half an extra power thing, so I'm going to make the solar panels, and then the next thing after that is make the batteries. Because I'm going to add some more big batteries to the base side of things so that when the next storm comes through I get even more power. But I need to take a quick bio break. I will be back in just a minute. And I'm back. Alright. Battery. Always takes me a moment to get back to thinking what I was doing. Battery large. We need copper and steel. I don't think I've got any more steel. I'm actually going to have to do some smelting. Okay. That's going to throw me a bit off. So that's going to add more gases to my tank here. Which is down to 13, so maybe it was heading in the right direction? Maybe the cooling's working okay? Thinking of running another timer since it's almost at its emptying phase. There we go, stopwatch started. Yeah, so talking about my access to outside, there's this wall. So I've got pipes going through it. I've got multiple heavy cables going through it to all my power generation segments. And I can still pass even more because I can pass them through in floating in midair. But it basically gives you a 5x5 grid of stuff you can run through and manage on the other side. Which I think, for my purposes, I prefer. But what I think I want to do, because I've loaded up this wall with 5 already, I think I want to pop through on this block, maybe? Put another wall in, and have another 5 come through there for the next 5 power generation setups that come through. Yeah, this is just a wall. It's not a full block. You can make it safer by putting a wall on the other side as well, so that you would have to remove both to pop out to outside. But yeah, I think for my purposes, I quite like this. I think it looks tidy, and it doesn't rely on having your walls set up where you're trying to pass it through a corner like that, from this space to up where that cube is. As I find doing it that way feels less right. If you wanted to be super tidy about it, you could put a full cube here after you've laid down all the cables, and then put fuses on either side. Then you can be sure that the fuse is going to blow instead of the stuff that's embedded in the block. But I try to avoid embedding cables or anything in blocks. I just don't like it particularly much. Yeah, for anyone wanting to give Stationeers a go, it's well worth having a look at, because the way that I'm playing it is much harder than you need to. There are much easier planets and easier starts to use. I've deliberately made my life difficult, because I've felt like when I started this scenario, I had enough of a grasp of Stationeers that I wanted to push what I knew and see how far I could take it and learn some new things, which has worked out well so far. So I've learnt a lot on this save, like so much that I can take to another save if I go play on a hot world or even a cold world. Have I considered making the room 2 blocks tall? I hadn't, but I probably should have. Because then it would match the rest of this corridor space if I lifted all that up. That's a fair point. Maybe I should go up. I'll think about that. I'm just gonna go back and check my timer. So my stopwatch is at 3 minutes 40, so it should be just about ready to go. When this gets below 20 degrees, I can then have a time that we can look at and compare later on if I do some more adaptation to the cooling loop. There we go, almost there. Seems like it's still about the same time as what I had before I changed the values. Yeah, 4 minutes, 17 seconds.
Hydration critical.
That's all right. So the pump has sped things up by maybe 5 seconds. Not a huge difference, but something. Adds up over time. Already eating crummy. Let's just eat that. Let's go to soup. Forgot to bring the lockers in that I should have brought in here. It's... It concerns me the number of people that don't realize that Wasted is joking when he says that. There are a lot of people who think he's actually being serious about it. They're like, oh, Splitsy's ruining space engineers for his friends again, making all these rules. It's like, well, you know, none of them would be there if they didn't enjoy it, right? There are a lot of other things they could all be doing. They're choosing this. Oh, I need more frames. Oop. Yes. I do believe Wasted enjoys someone else being the one who's providing the challenge and lets him just do the engineering and not have to worry about all that other stuff. Yeah, the fact that Capac even gets up eventually for it should say a lot. He eventually wakes up for it. I did make a bit of a meal of the setup for Wrong Way Out though. I should have spent more time trying to make it more clear what the meaningful restrictions were and just focus on them and ignore all the other stuff and let the other stuff kind of become apparent as we went through rather than trying to front load it with here's all the exposition about all the things and then everyone's like, so what are the rules? So I kind of messed that up. I should have just said, we're not allowed to build large grid control seats. And then left it at that. But, you know, you live, you learn. I'm sure I'll make more mistakes that I can learn from. Whoa. That was violent. Okay, so decided that the roof is the thing that's getting done now, because apparently I'm not making batteries for some reason. This is just what I decided to do. I don't have any logic behind it. This is just what I'm doing. I didn't bring any fun-colored... Whoa! Whoa! I didn't bring any fun-colored spray paints, so I can't spray paint the outer layer so that I know where it is when I'm taking away the blocks inside. There we go. That's better. A bit, anyway. Doctor, if we're playing a game where the restrictions are things we put in place to try and encourage engineering, bypassing those restrictions using simple means kind of defeats the purpose. So, doing things like just using subgrid wheel control script via a cockpit on a small grid doesn't add anything. I may as well just leave the cockpits in at that point, because it's just creating a painful way of doing it, not an actual fun, different, unique challenge. So lots of the solutions that are available in the game to us that we could use are things that we actively don't use because of those reasons. Like, I have actually modded out some of the... Uh-oh. I've actually modded out some of the cockpits and things like that so that we don't have them in our G menus just to make it clearer, but I didn't need to. I could have just said to the guys, we're not using these. And they would have been like, okay, we're not using those. Got it. And that would have been it. We'll use other means. And so we'll try and come up with other ways of doing it that might be more fun, challenging, whatever. For those unfamiliar, I'm surprised, because I still think of myself as YouTube first. But for those unfamiliar with what I'm talking about, it's my Space Engineers stream series that's on YouTube at the moment, on what is for me Monday and is for Sunday for much of the world. Where we have a point-to-point challenge that is, in a lot of ways, reminiscent of what the guys on Top Gear would do for their specials. Intentionally so. Because I think it's a fun way to engineer and build and design things. Apparently a few other people agree with me. But yeah, the game provides you tons of options of things you can do that will solve a problem that are not especially fun ways of solving the problem in our particular circumstance. So we don't use them. Simple as that. Okie dokie. I'm about to get kicked around by a whole lot of air. Suppose I should weld these up row by row. It'll actually be easier than standing on the top and having to use my jetpack. It's one last bastion of joy before you have to go back to work. Oh, I'll take it. Do I have enough frames? I don't know that I do. Do as much as I'm trying to do. Like something that I've always done. Talking to one of my best friends from high school, he and I used to play a lot of RTS games together, and I don't know how much I deserve this credit, but he does credit me for coming up with a lot of the different ways that we would play those games that added some challenge or another. So it's something I've been doing for a long, long time. And I've always had a lot of fun doing, is coming up with different ways to hold your hands behind your back so that the part of the game you enjoy is enhanced in one way or another. And of course, due to time constraints, these things aren't always tested before I do them on stream, so some of these restrictions have to just be removed because it's like, that didn't work. That was a terrible idea. I need to do something different. Saitem, I played Icarus last week. Did you miss it? I've been playing some solo. And I'll be playing more this Sunday. It's quite fun playing it solo. It was quite peaceful. Apart from the part where my face was eaten. But otherwise, it was quite peaceful. No cat herding. No whinging Capac. It was It's a very different experience. Ooh. Really don't want to get thrown into one of those and chopped. Well, I think my statement holds up. I think there's inherent accuracy to it. It was fun, except for when my face got eaten. Yuki, I don't recall saying that. It sounds like a thing I could have said at some point. But I don't recall saying that. I think if I did say that, that was probably... Was that in the context of playing with TFE and Capac and I wasn't feeling the challenge at the time? Because because of the stuff where we'd gotten to in the game at that point? Yeah. Yep. Another reason to play it solo, I guess, is in solo it's less about the challenge and more about building. And the challenge is greater because no backup. But they've also added and tuned a bunch of things since I last played, so there's plenty of new shinies to look at. Alright, that's all done. Oh, I know when I would have said it. Would have been when I was talking about why we played with knives and not bows. That was probably it, wasn't it? Is that right? Yeah, thought it sounded like something I would say. And power's not horrible. But I'd like to get more batteries in before we get the next storm. Let's just chuck that through there. It's more iron. I can go throw these out into my recycler when I next go into the furnace room, which would not be too long away. Yeah, I'm thinking build up more batteries on this side and just do that for now. Do that for the first step of increasing my power. As it's going to be the most... probably the simplest way for me to get increased power on the base. As I do think I still waste a lot of storm power by not capturing it. Ah! There is a legacy reason I'm not upgrading the small batteries. That legacy being, I don't want to mess with my script that's running that's controlling certain things. Basically, when these batteries go to less than half power, my furnace heaters turn off. I didn't want to mess around with trying to find with trying to fix that script. So I was just being lazy and not doing it. So I need, and because they check for small grids on the small batteries on this, so I need to have separate, I need to have some of them. But I honestly will have to upgrade that script at some point. I'm just being lazy. And not. Because I wasn't in the mood for scripting shenanigans. 200 grams of copper. How many is that going to get me? A few. Alright, let's go make some steel. Just before I do that, let's check the tank, see if it is still going down. It was 13 when I last looked. 12.6. I think I might be slowly improving the gas situation, at least in game. Charlie is doing everything she can to deteriorate the gas situation in real life. Oof. What did you eat in the garden, dog? Because you had normal food yesterday. And have not had any weird food for a while. I think I need a silver backpack. There's a lot of silver on the shelves. How hot is this? 858 Kelvin. It's not hot enough. Steel needs 900 from memory. Yeah. That's close though. So I might off-gas the ores here and then utilize that gas and just add a tiny little bit more to get up to steel temps. Did Toby feed Charlie? No, she finds things. Not really up to speed on Stationeers. Is the icon in the top right telling you that you stink? Yes. Which is making my character consume more food and water than it would otherwise. But other than that, has no ill effects. Just means I have to eat and drink a bit more often. Which I think is a good balance for something like that. It's a bit annoying having a game that constantly forces you to deal with multiple needs. I'd rather this be optional and makes you deal with needs you've already got into your repertoire. Which I think it's a good way of doing it. Yeah, Charlie is we think Great Dane, Irish Wolfhound, cross, who knows what else. She's a rescue. She's lots of things. 600, 200. There we go. I can at least de-stink by getting out of my suit, which was part of the goal of getting the base a bit better organized so that I could see if the amount of oxygen I have is enough to pressurize this place. So I can pressurize the whole base. Which would just be amazing. Alright, so let's start dumping this out. And popping it in here. This is going to make a mess. There we go. Oh, right. I was dumping that so quickly it was popping the other ones up. No, they rolled down the stairs. Oh. No! Where's the copper come from? Oh, it's the worst. No, that's not going to help. this some days. I really do. I gotta pick up all this, put it on the shelves, dump out the other stuff, not mix them up, so that I can at least produce steel from the bits that I didn't mess up. Where did that copper come from? So confused. And biomass, yeah. I'm so confused. Where did this stuff come from? Alright, dump it out. Let's take it downstairs. Ooh. Oh! Yeah. Satisfying. Oh dear. Copper came from the police station. It's not dad joke time. All mix on the shelf looks like a face. It does? Oh, as in this, the reagent mix thing independently on its own. Yeah, it looks like a yawning or screaming face. Off the backboard. Okay. Another mess tidied up. Guess I should dump these out as well. See what's in them. I can process this next bit. What? Reagent mix? What? What? Oh, wait, no, it does reagent mix when it's an actual thing, doesn't it? That's what it is. What is this? This is gonna be like 3 grams of steel or something? Probably. You empty now? Yes. Yes. Produce 3 ingots of steel. Hooray. 3 grams of steel. Woo! Right, let that go. This is all sorted. Let's pick up silver. And there's a whole lot of biomass. Which I'm just going to chuck here on the floor for now. And we'll deal with... Hopefully when my gas tank is empty. So I can just push through the volatiles quickly. Go there. Carry everything up and I don't have to come down. Yes, I do. Okay, tidied up again. And you have enough for some steel. You're a little bit too cold. So let's drop the pressure. So I don't have to add as much gas. And that'll do. There we go. Steel. That was a bit of a unnecessarily complicated thing to have to do. You go on there. You go on there. That sort of difficult is not the difficult I intend to do. That sort of difficult is just me making a big mistake. The steel was for here. Iron can go on shelf. And we can make the big batteries. That's going to take a while. What else can I do to tidy up some things around here? I'm going to put... Maybe I could look for where the script is running and see how hard it'll be to change it over to checking the big batteries instead. I think I've got it running inside the furnace room, actually. I only have silicon for one battery. Ah, well, good thing I'm back in here then. We'll get some more. Did anyone else just hear a clunking sound? Like a stressed pipe sound? I feel like I did. I have no idea where that, Yeah, I got no idea where the IC chip is that runs the batteries. I think it's up on that wall somewhere, but I'm not sure where. There we go. Silicon. Is the IC the one above the tank? Wasn't that for the hot house outside, not for turning the heaters on and off, or did I put them both in there? Alright, so we've got enough stellite, we've got enough silicon now, we've got enough electrum, steel, copper. Alright. Yeah, I can't remember if I put both of the IC chips up there or not. You find the IC with the goggles. I suppose I can find if one is there, but I don't know if it's the correct one. So, sort of? Thought they were both there, but now that you've said that, I'm not so sure anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I know how you feel. Uncertainty. There's so much uncertainty when the base has been gradually growing for this long. It is a thing. Wrong way on battery placement. Of course I did. I'll fix it. That little dip is annoying me. I'm going to fix it. Now, though. There we go. How long is this going to take for another battery? I'll wait for the second one to be made, and then I'll build both of them up and plug them in. Should really put lights in my battery room. Huh. Wasn't expecting a wrench to be what I undo a battery with. Much longer. 80%. I do wish there was a kind of a Space Engineers-y way of upgrading the speed of the printers so you don't need multiple printers, because multiple printers add so much extra complexity in terms of managing your inputs for devices. Which I guess is the point. If you want it to be faster, it needs to be complicated. One, two, I need 4 of these, and then some steel sheets, which I've got on me. Okay. More batteries. Then I think I will put lights in here. There are ways to do all that auto stuff, aren't there? Like where you can make a script that delivers the right components from the right things using the right splitters and blah 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 blah. It all feels really hard and like something that I'm probably not ever gonna really fully wrap my head around. I needed to turn the battery on before I built the second one. Oh no, wait, they're all on this side. Never mind, I'm an idiot. I forgot. Turn on. That's the good thing about big batteries. You don't need to do that. It's a small battery problem. There we go. Yeah, speed modules, the SE way. The nice thing about speed modules is they, performance-wise, are probably better. I think that's why Space Engineers uses them. Because it effectively means you only have one assembler. But I don't know if the... I know it's performance improving for Space Engineers. I don't know if it would be for Stationeers, the way Stationeers handles those things. Okay. 2 new batteries in the loop. Really want a storm. Thanks to Curry. Thank you for 17 months. And yes, a Stationeers version of your usual introduction. Well played. Cool. I've added 3 more batteries than I had at the start of this stream. I've not added any power input, though. What do I need to make more solar panels? I think part of it was steel. It was. I can make another 5. Need more copper. Which is relatively easy, although I don't think I have much left in the bag. How much do I need to make another 10 of these so I can make a full thing? Oh wait, I did Did I say I did 18 or did I do 20? I think I did 18. No, I did do 20. So yeah, I need another 10, which means another 100 copper. I do have copper in the centrifuge, that's true. That's going to be a while before it arrives, though. Are you empty? Yes. Okay. Oops. Come on, process, process, process. I did make solar panels, I made 10. I want 20. Trying to be organized. Trying to have the things built before I actually go out there to build the things. Something like that. I'll do for this round of copper. 388. Okay, we can probably cut that down a bit. Try and avoid having too much extra heat brought in if I can. I don't need more stellite. I bought stellite from a trader. I can make stellite now, but I don't need to at this stage, I don't think. Oh no, what am I doing? Wrong thing to evacuate from the chamber. Let's get the gas out of the chamber, not the ore. Wait, it has to be processed again, doesn't it? There we go. When am I going to incinerate the poop on the floor? Later. I think that's the best answer I've got for that. Later. What sort of pressure does copper want? Hey, Decos. Yeah, wrong lever, exactly. I think it wants more, so let's just do this faster. There we go. Basically what I'm doing is trying to make enough solar panels that I can do the full batch in one go. Because they're very slow to manufacture, so... I'm probably going to run out of astraloy before I make enough. We'll see. I think I'm short a few. Did I have astraloy up here? I might leave the astraloy as... No, I don't have astraloy. It's alright. I can make it when I need it for the last one, but I'll just leave that because then this will stop at a point before it's made too many solar panels. Oh, actually, I've got an extra one. I might have exactly the right amount. Perfect. That is very good. So what else do I need to set up for the solar panels? I need to run cables in and out. So I need to paint this wall in a color that I'm going to notice it. Can I see a gray wall? No. I had a feeling it was already gray, but I thought I'd check to see whether it was a different gray. If there's like no paint gray and then there's gray paint gray. And don't I have an alloy trader landed? Yes, I do. Suppose for the thermal load... Oh, awesome, I'm about to start heavy breathing. For the thermal load, maybe it would be better off buying from the trader. That's a fair point. Sell them in the ores, buy the alloys, and not have to deal with all the heat. There's definitely an argument there. Oh, looking at that hallway now, it feels so different. Oh yeah, I could have kept the paint on me so I could paint the outside one. True. True. I haven't finished going as far as I want to go with that though. So, and I'm not in a rush to expand out to the limit of what I have done. So I can wait on that. Come on. Dang it, I had an idea of what I was going to do and now I've already forgotten it. Oh yeah, I need walls. That's what I was doing. I need a wall. Get wall. Take some steel sheets with me. No, I need plastic sheets for these. I don't see any plastic up there. Let's make some. Biako, if you like problems that have many different solutions and you can fudge your way through them, I think this game is a great example of allowing you as the player to do that. If you like to know that you've gotten the solution exactly correct, I think this is a bad game for you to play. Oh, I'm going to have one too many solar panels. Nuts. I don't think I've ever played Stationeers on the moon. I think I have always played it on Mars or another... or Europa, or... yeah. Up until this year, Mars or Europa. I am going to make floor. Whoa, 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 why? I didn't weld it up. Why are you flinging me in the sky? Oh, I should bring more of my charcoal out here and burn it. Power. Well, my power's a bit low as well. Since I've got such an enormous amount of it, I don't know what to do with it. Oh dear! Don't run into the horribly sharp spinning blades right behind me. Hooray! Now remove that internal bit and start running some cables through. Yeah, a stack of 200 charcoal will burn for a while, so I figure I may as well add it in. It's a very quiet game on the moon. Yeah. It's also a fairly quiet game on Mars. It's one of the things I'm actually really enjoying about Venus is outside there's lots of sound. And if I had have been better at designing cooling early on in the game, I probably could have made my base pressurized and had like sound most of the time. But because I've been operating in a vacuum base, I may as well have been on the moon for a lot of it. Anyway, better storm starts in a minute. I know well, I mean, the pressure on Venus would definitely allow you to hear sounds transmitted through your suit. But I think if you were exposed to that pressure of atmosphere, I don't think your tympanic membranes would hold up to that. They would probably burst. And be very, very painful. Still wanting to watch this to see when the... Yep. Cool, so that's 2. So now I'll switch this across. So that'll give me exactly 20 solar panels. So no materials wasted. What is it that these need? Solar panel heavy. 5 glass sheets. So I need 100 glass sheets. Okay, let's do that. Means I need more silicon. Ugh, I may have to go mining for silicon. Wait, did I see some silicon up on the shelf? I do have some. There we go. Got just enough. Right. So that's that part. When this is finished, I need to make a whole bunch of heavy cable to run the heavy cabling out there, and I need to make another big battery to plug in. I can go and remove this wall bit, though. My plan with this next section is to basically have coming through this wall the same way as the other one, where I've got 5 new potential power plants coming through. So they'll come through at... They can probably come through across the floor on this one to make it a bit easier. Coming through at the corner and moving across. Although that's a bit annoying. I will probably need to move this cable so it snakes a bit, allowing me to use the... that's not going to work. I'll have to stick to 4 and maybe put 1 up on the wall. Oh, no, wait. I remember why I did the wall. I did the wall so I could do this and have it traveling nice and tight like this. So yes, I will stick to the wall. How many large batteries can you have connected to a heavy cable? As many as you like. The limitation I have in place here is because the power plants outside, either the solar or the wind, if I had any more of them connecting up to a single point, they would overload it and they would burn through the heavy cable. I put the batteries here as an extra buffer to allow me to pass power from them through to these batteries, which are the ones that I'm actually using and which are getting full. Is it a storm? No. Huh, maybe it was a storm and I missed it. They seem to be filling up. Like, that's heaps more power. Maybe I've been wasting solar each day. Oh, the generator's running, of course. That's where all the power's coming from. I'm an idiot. Completely forgot that I'd done that. Don't mind me. I did install a weather notification system. It doesn't work. It just straight up does not work. I've definitely done something wrong somewhere, and I have no idea where, but it doesn't work. Battery. Need some gold. Don't have gold. Let's go smelt some gold. Yes, Fluffy. I am from Australia. Near Sydney. Which is what allows me to get up early in the morning and stream for evening times in North America and Europe, which works quite well for me. Because I'm one of those disturbing morning people. Oh, there must have been something to combust with in there. As I've added the gold, it's gotten, I think, hotter. More gold? I'll do more gold. Might have to do some magic off stream, suddenly have a chest full of diamonds mining. Before eventually caving and building the deep miners. Actually, after I put this power in, I probably could do that. Put that as one of the things on my list so that I've tried all the things and I understand how to use it so I can decide whether I want to have an ore mod for the next series I play. If I recall, you messed up setting the mode on weather station to turn on. Yeah, What? Are you saying I messed up, or are you saying that's what I messed with? Can't tell. Or build mining rockets. Actually, yeah, Takara, you're right. I probably can build rockets. If I bring back rockets full of ice, then my heat problems will be dealt with. Because the rocket can just bring back heaps of cold stuff. I wouldn't mind trying to understand the rockets. Although I think deep mining is first. I should do that first, because it's something I'm likely to end up doing something with more immediately on any future playthrough. Whereas the rockets are a bit... Oh, I did have gold up there. Oops. Oh well. Got more now. So I think the deep mining is the thing I should start with. Although it's probably going to change with the terrain update anyway. See you, Marlon. And yes, Demon Works. I know it's not going to be that simple. I'm pie in the sky dreaming right now about having cold stuff constantly coming into my base. But, on the other hand, come have a look at how much volatile I've built up. Lamb. 20 killer moles. When you do deep miners, you can have a steady stream of coal and you can have a sorting system to feed solid fuel generator. Yeah, fair. True. Yeah, I've actually got a pretty solid amount of volatile now. At least by my standards. Come on, battery. Make faster. I guess while I'm waiting on a couple of batteries to print off, I could probably go outside and lay out the frames that are needed. Or actually print the frames that are needed for these to actually sit on. That's another thing that's needed. Trying to do things simultaneously. Oh, I'm going to need more steel again. Ugh. I've built a lot of frames today. I'm trying to think like I've been trying to get better at in the kitchen where I am. Oh, I'm actually going to have to go mining. Ugh. I think I still had a bit of iron left. But I didn't mess up. Deep mining is basically set it and forget it. Yeah, that's where I thought it would be useful for me to get my head around deep mining. Just to see if I can have, like, at least some concept of how I might do it to utilize it in another playthrough. Yeah, we'll off gas in here. That's empty. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Need some hot gas. Steel is one of the things you can never have enough of. True. No, Spectre. Look at the schedule. It's all in the schedule. That's why the schedule's there. And why I've been trying to be good at keeping it up to date. I have 3 deep miners and a row of centrifuges that discharge into a sorting system and fill up silos. Haven't had to mine ever again. Yeah. Yep, I can see why I should probably put deep mining as a higher priority of thing for me to mess with. So yeah, maybe that is my next big project that I can do alongside making the others, like getting my base a bit more decorated. And yeah, I figure coal that gets sorted from the centrifuges going straight into a generator on its own independent line that can charge all the batteries should hopefully compensate for some of the power costs of running a bunch of centrifuges to sort it out in the first place. Let's do this bit at a time, so I don't make a huge mess and have to chase it down the stairs again. You have a manual switch and just output to a pen or on tap. I kind of like that idea. Just for the stupidity of it. Like the fun of having little ball pits of ore that you're collecting. But I also do like the idea of having stuff in a silo. Especially if that silo is connected to the trading platform. So that I can immediately trade stuff if I want to. I need some extra cash. And I mean, it'd be nice to have the ores coming through readily to begin with. And then I guess look at rockets for getting some ice coming through. Almost done. Okay, cool. There we go. Steel. I do enjoy making alloys in this game. It's a satisfying process for me. Steel was for over here. How close to making the next battery are you? Yeah, I'll let you make it. Let's make some frames. Finish this battery, then I can make the electronic parts, get these batteries in, throw some more charcoal in to get even more power up. I think what I'll do with this, maybe leave a gap. Although I can walk through the back here, so I probably don't need to. Yeah, I won't leave a gap. Never mind. One large battery there. I'll add the rest of the ones that I've built up here. Here we go, next battery. So, electronic parts. Need 6 of them. I don't believe I left the furnace pumping air into it. I'll check though. So that would be a bad thing to leave. But I don't believe I did. I did. Ooh, good catch. Good catch. Thank you. That is one of those moments where you definitely are better off not trusting your own memory and trusting that, and checking. Oh, I'm out of iron in there. That would have been a devastating explosion. Thank you very much for telling me about that and not being like, yeah, this will be funny. There are certain explosions that'll be fun. There are others that are going to be, oh my gosh, so bad. That would have been a horrific explosion. That would have taken out such a massive part of my base. Oof. Got lucky I was told. Yeah, Dragoon, I might, have to do that and fix the weather station at some point. I'm not too fussed about it, but yeah, it's certainly a thing I should probably do. I should make some heavy cable too. I need heaps of it. Need at least a couple of bundles. Hey, to be fair, my Twitch chat is not particularly evil. You guys are usually, I think just about the right mix of devious and helpful. Yeah, Capac's chat on the other hand. They're just nice enough to him at times to make him think like things are going to go well, and then, wham. Evil. Oh, believe me, I appreciate that you guys don't just always wait for the horrible things to happen. I mean, sometimes I dislike getting given an unintentional spoiler, but on balance, I think I'm pretty happy. When mischief is not evil, we want you to suffer for our amusement, but not so much that we feel bad. Checks out. Alright, that's the internal wiring done for that. And I just need to make the frames and pass hundreds of bits of cable all the way out there. Finish this after this one. And I've got a decent number of sheets up there, but let's make some more. Ugh, these are taking a while. It also describes Splitsy's approach to multiplayer. Accurate, TFE, yeah. you've been on both sides of that fence, so I feel like you've got a pretty... you should have a pretty decent perspective on it. Decently accurate assessment, I should say. Yeah, I've embedded underneath. Do I go just building the solars out that way, or do I build them out where the others are? I think I'll try and get the cables out where the others are. Could build a bit of a tunnel through this section and use walls instead of full frames. Let's do that. Yeah, I did come outside with a full waste tank, but I got a plan now. I'm gonna need to put some stairs in. Probably there. I'm gonna go inside shortly. Alright, let's go inside before something terrible happens. Stop taking risks because my spare waste tank is actually full as well. Could weave the cables, yeah. Warn you with enough time for you to do something about it, assuming you see the warning in time, and then tell me when I haven't seen the warning in time. See? Told you so. Yeah, I can't knock you too much for that either. That's a fair attitude. I gave you a chance, gave you the opportunity, and you threw it away and you missed it. Do I have any stairs on the wall? No. No, I do not. Give me a stair. Nope, not a stair. Stair. Yeah, I think I'll go down and put a roof of walls above this. I think it's probably the nicest way for me to go with it. I have a kit wall. I want a kit flat wall. Yeah. It's actually true. If I put these stairs in, I should be okay with my jetpack running out. Because I will actually have a way to walk up from the ground height to get there. Yeah, I know my jetpack's low, lady. Yes, I know. Stop telling me. What are you, the space engineer's suit lady now? When did you become so insistent? Jetpack critical. Jetpack critical. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. She's still at it. She's still at it. Oh my gosh, that is persistent. Oh no! Well, storm's arrived. This is not where I want to be. Oh, that's not either. The runway will do. Oh boy. Come on. Let's get inside. Out of the storm. At least my cooling tanks are going to get cooler now. For a bit. Maybe they'll get below 400 degrees. Actually, I should go check them. See how cool they have gotten. I haven't checked up on any of that for a little bit. So you're at 12.5 megapascals. You're still going down, which is a very positive sign. And 414. That hopefully will drop a bit quicker with the storm. So I need that to keep dropping. I might need more radiators. I've got 3 big tanks out there full of storm gas. And it's up at 30 megapascals, so there's quite a lot of material there. Quite a lot of moles of stuff. So it takes a bit more work for it to cool down. But it does seem like it should at least reach... Yeah, well, it's better than it was, but it's not going to get particularly cold. I'm missing out on about 40 degrees worth of cooling, which is quite a bit. So I should upgrade those radiators at some point and add even more. But I do have 66 of them or something, I think. There's quite a lot out there. Oh, no. Maybe it's going to be better. It's down to 407. Not bad. But yeah, I think I'm going to wrap up here for today. I will be back with some more stuff on Sunday with some Icarus. And then, of course, on my Monday with some more Wrong Way Out over on YouTube. Which I should probably schedule the stream for soonish. So people can do that whole thing that YouTube lets you do. Yeah. Next week, I'm going to be working on another tutorial video for Space Engineers, so depending on how soon I get through that tutorial will depend whether that comes out this week, coming, or next week. But I am looking forward to some more Icarus and some more Space Engineers, and my voice not doing a weird voice crack in the outro. That'll be delightful. So there's all that and plenty more to come, and I will see you then. Have a good weekend, everybody. And a Halloween for those who want to have fun with that. I will see you all later. Bye.